Good afternoon. My name is Theo Herbst, and I'd like to welcome you to Boat Electrons 2020 Festival and Symposium hosted by the South African College of Music at the University of Cape Town. This year, we offer quite a mixed bag of playback composition concerts, of interviews, of dialogues, an opportunity to investigate and inquire and probe into how composers and practitioners whom we've interacted with in the past, but whom we've also now drawn into the symposium forum, how they operate, what they find interesting, important, challenging, how they compose, how they perform, and how, especially important for us, they interact with technology. I would like to hand over to Professor Zandmeier to introduce the festival.
Welcome, participants, guests, and viewers. Welcome to the 2020 Boat Electrons, being held at the South African College of Music at UCT. You might think this festival this year is different, but it's not really. We always involved participants from all over the world, but now we are also adding pre-recorded concerts to the mix. And looking at these possibilities, we might even expand in the future. The program of this year's Boat Electrons Festival shows the microcosm of activities at the South African College of Music. But there are also, of course, the participants all over the world. Thank you for accommodating different time zones, for being patient in the preparation of this festival, and for clearing the technical hurdles on your side. This entire festival would not have been possible without the initiative and the expertise of the organizing team, Theo Herbst, Isan Geiling, Marek Pinsky, and Dave Langeman. And we also owe our thanks to the supporting people like Miles Warrington, Charles Dawson, Gillian Lindner, and the university administration. And of course, the technical staff at the South African College of Music. What remains for me to do now is to wish us all a stable supply of electricity and to declare this year's Boat Electrons Festival officially open. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, and also for your support in all our ventures. Our first concert, i.e. first playback concert, features very dear colleagues and students at the College of Music whom I admire very much. Dizu Plaatjes, Associate Professor Dizu Plaatjes, and postgraduate students Sumalji Nuro and Machum Tsango. Now the great thing about them being here, being present and about interacting with them, is that they first of all represent different geographies where music exists that are radically different or in fundamental ways differ. They also represent three generations of performing musician, scholar, and composer. In Days of Whispers is a recording that was made and compiled with the intention of reflecting this layeredness, perspectives on what they do, how they think, how they perform. And I think it is a very good indication of the values that our technology division strives to promote, or that we adhere to. And even though we are listening to analog sources or analog music, we've begun to explore a very strong, or we've begun to establish a very strong tie between the African music performers and the technology group. So without any further ado, here's Dizu Plaatjes, Sumalji Nuro, and Machume Tsango.
Now Pekwasana peki papa abandana balambi. Pekwasana peki papa abandana balambi. Pekwasana peki papa abandana balambi. Ikakala kuteka teka ikakala kela kaka ikaka. Ikakala kuteka teka ikakala kela kaka ikaka. Nata nata kaki kela kaka kanga mkaka. Kama kasi bekake nenge na.
Mandela the statesman, Mandela the president, Mandela the statesman, Mandela the president. Oh, depo inkulu, depo inkulu, depo inkulu, depo inkulu. Oh, Mandela, Africa, Mandela, Africa.
Here we go. We are on purpose not divulging the titles of these improvisations compositions in order to provide a bit of an overview of what I would call the magic of the sound worlds that Dizu and his colleagues and students explore. Our next participant is Sumalji Sunu, who is from Mozambique and is currently pursuing postgraduate studies at the College of Music.
A música ensina-me a respeitar o próximo. A música unifica os povos.
Imailwengwan, angaleva kunene usamongu ya makamwine. Imailwengwan, angaleva kunene usamongu ya makamwine. Nikene anu nisiete mihumbulisho mulo. Nikene anu nisiete mihumbulisho mulo. Anu nisiete mihumbulisho mulo. Anu nisiete mihumbulisho mulo. Itsimbeleni otseto vamatande mahungu vamakamwini vanzangwini vakumu anzangwini hakuma nangadila mame itosalaka usiwana nene tate anisitika usiwana vatsaka vamakamwine ukuniwona nichishaniseka amafoni 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 yoko 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 yoko.
One of the joys of stringing together an event like this in real time is that small slips occur, so apologies to Sumalji and Machum. We just heard Machume along with ensemble members Machume is a very articulate, very, shall we say, in inverted commas, interesting composer performer who's invested much time, research time, and composition work or composition efforts into exploring the tradition of Tumbila, Chopi Tumbila playing. Sumalji Nuro is also from Mozambique. What I appreciate very much about Sumalji's work is the sense of physicality and the use of the body, dance, movement, and how that in his work very often translates into musically speaking important gestures. Sumalji's Nuro is interested in exploring the interface between the body and technology. And I do think that there will, in a year or two's time, be some very interesting research coming out in which we explore music, gesture interface, performance practice within the context of the music of the continent, southern continent, Africa. We've structured our program so that we have intermission time in between. And before we continue at 1 o'clock, there will be a 20-minute break in which we approach the interface between technology and sound from quite a radically different manner, in a different manner. And our guest will be Carl Stone. Concert performance of works, followed by a presentation that he did in 2012, in which he was investigating, exploring his compositional methodology, his approach to the interaction between creative thought and technological tools that are appropriate for his needs. Boat Electrons will therefore return at 1 o'clock South African Standard Time. Welcome back to Boat Electrons 2020. Our next guest is Carl Stone, and I was particularly taken by the manner in which Carl agreed to interact with us, by the fact that he was willing to, despite considerable problems associated, or challenges associated with the COVID-19 reality that we're living with, provided us with compositions, improvisations, performances that are, for me, really indicative or characteristic of his later composition style. The seamless manner within which he interacts and interfaces with technology, hard and software, has always been a model for me. I've always looked up to the musicality with which Carl engages with the technological means at his disposal. The first work is Solo by Carl Stone. Carl Stone's work Himalaya represents and personifies for me a very interesting aspect of what is commonly known as cultural interaction, cultural exchange, perhaps cultural borrowing. What really pulls my imagination, my interest into his sound worlds that he conjures up in Himalaya is that there's a very clear overlap for me between the timbral world of the female voice, of the voice freely improvising, and the electronic sound world that Carl generates from nothing, from ab initio. But at the same time, these two are bound together. They melded or blended together by his sampling techniques, or the way in which he manipulates samples, equalization, reverberation, and then obviously his in-house collection of composition technical solutions to the creative processes that he explores. So the next work on our program is Himalaya by Carl Stone. Jonathan Crossley is a very dear colleague, much admired, a performer composer who has specialized in guitar performance, electric guitar performance. But that is an understatement because Jonathan has over many years experimented with extending not only performance technique but also the actual structure, construction of the electric guitar as a technological interface. Jonathan has agreed today to speak about his technical innovations and also about his musical compositions. So Jonathan, it's over to you.
Thank you, Theo, and yeah, it's really great to be here today. I mean, it's fascinating. I'm sitting in a bedroom in London and Johannesburg, and yet I feel like I'm connected to Theo in a funny way. It's hard to imagine actually at this point, to be honest, like going back to like regular face to face, because it's a lot easier. I mean, for me to do a performance, yeah, it's a car full of gear, and I keep trying to fix that. And Theo was alluding to the work with, trying to make the guitar more integrated and technologically enabled. I mean, part of that was not to try and carry around a truckload of gear every day, but that doesn't work. Every time I make something a bit smaller and more compact, then it just adds more stuff, and so it's just a cyclical problem. So this bedroom, essentially here in London, is now like a technological dumping ground in front of me. And so I'll show you some of that. I've got 2 cameras set up so you can see a bit of the desk as my hands, and I'll show you some of the little trinkets and toys, fun things to look at. And then I'll talk you through exactly what Theo was talking about and or mentioning. But I thought, Theo, if it's okay, I want to talk through a little bit of history and also kind of locating some of the work and the thinking that I've been busy with for the last, I guess 13 years. It's really all started in about 2007. Kind of situated because as a musician, I think in South Africa as a musician growing up, you had lots of kind of pressures, and I think maybe they were some of them had been dispelled elsewhere in the world, but when I grew up, classical musician, or you had to be a rock musician, or you had to be a jazz musician or an electronic musician. That was the kind of narratives that I was passed or given, in my learning. And those kind of shape things, and they're very old kind of structures and they're very old kind of stories, but they do shape the way one thinks, and you spend a lot of time in fighting your way out of them. So I came over from Northern Ireland with my parents in the early 80s, and shortly thereafter, at the age of 6, I started classical guitar, and I did that throughout my high school career. Yeah. And the funny thing was, my dad was always like, I'm sure that damaged my hearing in the process, but that was like the highlight of the week was playing these dodgy Metallica. I'm sure we played pretty awfully at this stage, but playing that stuff. And then the other thing was like growing up, we was listening to Bach, and but at the same time, finding these Dream and John Vangelis and the other Vangelis records, and listening to this stuff and not knowing what it was. So like, kind of as much as I was a classical guitarist, right from the outset, things were infected by Tangerine Dream and infected by electronica, and it was always around. And the other really cool thing that just to put things in history is my uncle was a microelectronics engineer, so he was always favorite tinkering stuff, and back in Northern Ireland, when I go back there on vacation to see family, I'd always wind up in his garage, and he was always tinkering with some bit of electronic stuff. And I thought, wow, this is really, really fantastic. And then you'd come back and you'd have to do your Trinity grade syllabus and your little competitions and your I-state bids and all that stuff. Anyway, so they went off to university and studied classical guitar. By the 4th year of classical music, I was really kind of disenfranchised with the fact that I couldn't improvise. But that is really, really, really annoying. I can play all this fancy stuff, play really, really well, but put me on the spot and say, come up with something, and I didn't really have anything. Couldn't come up with anything. So I mentioned off for most of the early 2000s and studied jazz, and mostly got interested in modality by the end of it more than anything. But did okay with that, but like it wasn't really satisfying the need for improvisation, spatial, textural materials that I was always interested in my youth, and also other extreme musics like like metal and noise and etc. etc. Anyway, so that aside, got a pretty successful group going together in the middle 2000s. Started playing overseas, but it was a album's still actually on iTunes. It's called the Jonathan Crossley Electric Band. There's a funky little album called Funk for the Shaolin Monk. You can have a listen to that. But when we were touring between 2007 and 2009, I increasingly found myself glued to the floor. I'm glued to the floor because I had all these effects boxes as guitarists do. But what was frustrating was you kind of play a note and you switch the effect, and it has kind of two stages, on or off. What was beautiful about the previous concert at 1:00 today in this festival was seeing the voice and then the voice getting manipulated and being responded to in real time, and that's really what this is about. But as an electric guitarist in the jazz tradition, the approach to effects is like on or off, and that's very, very, very boring. So it became ridiculous at a point. By about 2009, doing these tours and stuff overseas, the saxophone player is standing up next to me, the bass player is standing up, and I'm on the floor playing one notes with my left hand and twiddling knobs with my right hand, which is a bit ridiculous. And that brought me then back in about 2010 to start working on the idea of an enabled instrument, being the guitar that Theo is referring to. That went through dozens of iterations in the early kind of 2000s, and the ideas about bringing, for instance, effects parameters and controllers closer to the hands, and that was the one approach. So I looked at ribbon controllers on the back of the neck of the guitar. I tested out and fitted ribbon controllers that ran the length of the neck. The old D-beam, I don't know if anyone remembers the Roland MC series D-beams that came out. We hacked one of those out, or I hacked one of those out and fitted it. So trying to explore ways of making the control tactile, but within the hands or within the reach of the instrumentalist. It wasn't not in any judgment sense about laptop performances. I'd invested so much of my life in this guitar strapped around me, as you can see, like kind of anthropomorphic, I suppose, but it's strapped onto me here all the time. So like to give all that up in favor of something else, it just seemed like a lot of PT, to be honest. And so the first ideas were exactly that: how to bring controls onto the guitar. And so the first stage of that instrumental development was taking a hollow body electric guitar and just some very old analog effects. Some of those original ones are actually in this T-box over here. You can see on the other camera. I'll show you what that does in a minute. But taking a hollow body guitar, cut the back off the thing, took all the circuit boards out, just drilled holes in the guitar, very, very like a lo-fi, and fitted the knobs onto the actual instrument itself. So then you play the instrument and you'd be able to, just within the reach of the hand there, if you look at the other camera, I'd be able to touch things and reach things. And that had some success. But, for those of you who are instrumentalists or, even to be more specific, even classical musicians, the way classical musicians, the way we deal with timbre and color and immediacy, inside a single note, you'll shape the color, you'll shape the timbre, just the way the laptop was doing to the voice in the previous show. The voice sings and then the sound is shaped afterwards. It's really like what we intuitively do. If you're playing oboe or you're playing the cello or whatever, you're shaping the note in real time in a responsive way, which for me is always been an emotive thing. And I found, with the classical guitar, I always found like the shift of the hand, the shift of the shape of the hand, or the movement of the hand up and down the strings could just change the whole world in an instant. So hence, mentioning that, I mean, really, hence the idea that although the knobs, the buttons, as they are here on this guitar, although they're now closer to the hand, I'd still have to give up something. I'd have to give up time to move the hand from there to the controllers. So the next idea then was how to use other parts of the body that are not in use directly in standard instrumental practice. So maintain the idea of like how the hands work in instrumental practice, and then find other ways of controlling controlling values or changing values. And so I was looking at, obviously Michel Weisfer's work from the 80s, Stein and stuff was a great starting point with the hands controllers. But just thinking about that and that lineage of thinking about controllers, body controllers, rather than the webcam one. So then, obviously the very famous gloves now, the Imogen Heap Miami gloves, everyone knows about that. That's one iteration of it. The hands was one iteration, but I found this very amusing. You can still look it up if you want. A very amusing advert on YouTube from the 90s. It was what's it called? Sonolog was the company. They're not around anymore. They made this thing called the Gypsy MIDI controller, and they had somebody dancing in a leotard while making beats. But anyway, that aside, to get past that, the controller itself was a kind of mechanical exoskeleton. And so fortunately, there was one left, kind of quite rusty actually by the time I got it, but there was one left in a warehouse, and we got the kind of flexor exoskeleton across, and I fitted it out with an Arduino, and so it has a bunch of different controllers. You got the rotation of the wrist that way, rotation up and down, and then rotation that way. So there's 3 degrees of rotation on the wrist there, 3 different CC controllers, all mapped to an Arduino. And that allowed you to, if you look at the camera there, it allowed me to continue playing the guitar, watching that motion there, and send controller values to different effects. Anyway, that was that project. Now, where did that get? Where did that take us? Where did it take me to now? I mean, you started to ask sort of questions in recent years, like this idea of the separation of technology and humanity, or the ideas. I think a lot of my thinking is around the idea of separating, your humanity and technology, but also the way we think about instruments as either being part of our humanity or separate to our humanity. So, the way often one would talk about in an anthropomorphic way, talk about the instrument as being an extension of the body. And my wife, she was a violinist as well as a pianist, and her violin got damaged, and her hand, I remember this very distinctly, her hand hurt. She was holding her hand for like a day, and the thing with that is, like, it's an extension of the body. It actually is in the psyche. But, so then you get those questions, thinking about man is increasingly inseparable from technologies that are being created. I don't think that's current thinking is that's not really true. Is technology separated from the body? No, I think that any technology, be it an instrument, be it code, be it a laptop, is an outworking of thinking processes that are essentially human in nature anyway. So it's I think that the way humans come up with technologies is intrinsically related to the way humans behave and the way they think. Therefore, this line of separation is kind of fictitious. It's not a real line, and that division of it is also kind of gets in the way. So I've been thinking a lot about how to build kind of performance systems that are closed, what I'm calling closed ecologies, like closed systems for interaction between musicians. And that's where the most recent work for me has been. I consider myself now an improvising musician, and not solo improvisations. I consider myself a group improvising musician. So I'm most interested in collective work, whether that be band work with compositions, or whether it's like the show you'll see with Cameron Harris this evening, free improvisation, with another performer mediated by technology. But improvisation in the sense of being a communicative system. So the most recent work has done this in different ways, and I think actually in ever improving ways. So in the video performance you'll see this evening, I'll start off with a little video of a band project called Blips. For those of you in Cape Town, Blips is a collaboration with the guitarist Reza Kota, who's at UWC, yes, and then Jono Sweetman, who's a freelance drummer. And so this was recorded in 2018, and it featured a kind of system design where the Ableton system that was engaged there had some loops and triggers and sounds that were designed with those musicians in mind, and that was an important turning point. So this approach for me, I don't think would necessarily work with musicians I don't know. Musicians I don't know. So I've known Reza for 25 years. I've known Jono since 2006, and we've played extensively together. So it's like a friendship. If you care for someone and you know what they enjoy and what they like, when you go into a conversation with that someone, you're likely to head down certain avenues that are going to engender a fruitful, gracious, kind, engaging conversation. Because unless you're really mean, I guess, you're not going to get into a conversation to cause pain. Well, maybe there's some people that do that, but the point is, in these instances, I'm desiring to have a fruitful, engaging conversation. And so with Reza, his guitar style is, there's so much of, like, say, I don't know, like there's classical music in there, yes, but he's always loved John McLaughlin since his youth. There's so much of that in there. There's a lot of he was into Hendrix for a while. So there's certain sounds that if you feed them to that musician who likes that stuff, they're going to respond in positive ways, or not predictable, but positive ways. You kind of provide the fuel for the conversation. And Jono, for that Blips recording, Jono loves his drums. When I say he loves his drums, he loves diversity within drums. So different heads, different shells, whatever. And we had long conversations. He was sharing to me, okay, I want to bring this type of kick drum. I want to bring this type of thing. So then, preparation for the record, the types of loops and types of materials that I chose were designed to intermesh with those things that I knew were coming, and also the things that I knew would then enhance that moment for each of the players. Yeah, and that was important. And I mean, this comes to me from the British School of Improvisation, which is I guess really old now, but the idea that the improvisation should be free, completely free, not chaotic, free, but in a conversational way, really comes from players like Derek Bailey and recently passed away Keith Tippett, the pianist Keith Tippett, and then obviously Cornelius Cardew as well. So Cardew looms large for me over all of this, and even on that record Blips, we did a reading of one of Cardew's treatise pieces. The following year then, I was approached by another colleague, a bass player, to start up another band. He's a more conventional musician. His name's Cesare Casarino, great, straight, solid bass player. And then we went through a succession of drummers, but the most recent drummer is Etienne Oosthuizen, and the band continues. And this was a really cool conversation because Cesare wanted to start more of a fusion rock, post-rock band, as did I. I love that music. But because of this research that I've been engaged in, one of the things I said to Cesare, I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready. I really love to start a band, but no tunes, so no compositions, and no rehearsing of tunes. And so this really bounced kind of badly initially, or maybe it wasn't so well received. But we came around and we started rehearsing, improvising. And we worked for a year, I guess, on tunes and stuff. But by the end of that year, and when Etienne came on board, we were no longer rehearsing pieces. We were really improvising, but improvising in a very specific way. So I guess as much as Cage's aleatoric compositions were touted to, remove the composer in certain ways, but yet absolutely the composer is present because of the system design. In Deep Spacer, this band, although it's free improvisation, contemporary music looms large over this because of the players that are involved in the group. So the particular group interests of say myself and Cesare and Etienne, in this type of music, it has an influence on the system design. So this system is interconnected. So we wanted to do tempo-driven music that was freely improvised in a sense. And so the only way to do that was to bring tempo into the rehearsal process. So Cesare, the bass player, has an extensive floorboard of items, and then I do as well. And then so we link those up through Ableton. So everything is tempo triggered and everything is got some sort of tempo map in it. But we wanted to be freely improvised, so we gave a trigger pad to the drummer. So Etienne, the drummer, has a trigger pad which controls all the tempo maps and movements around the band. So the band is improvising, but the music will leap into dub. It will leap into reggae. It'll be it'll be progressive fusion sometimes. It really will take a lot of turns, but it does stay very well located in contemporary music as opposed to just complete free improvisation. That band was pretty successful here under lockdown. So I mean, I know this year has been nuts for all of us. And we had recorded an albums with material in December, and we're in the process of kind of passing it out, like editing through the material. And then lockdown happened in March. I thought, like, man, how are we going to do this? We were looking at Jamulus, how to, try and get synchronized servers to play online because we were so dependent on that. And then the National Arts Festival here in South Africa went virtual, and we put in a pitch for a show, and they were super interested. They took the project on board, but obviously it had to be a virtual concert. And so we were toying at that point with, do we get together and play in a studio and stream it and risk it? We weren't sure. It was right at the height of things here, and so decision was taken to try and make videos. So in the spirit of the interactive nature of the music, where the music, all the performers are reacting to each other and the tempo and the systems are being controlled in ways, the visuals for Deep Space's National Arts Festival presentation were responsive visuals. So using found visual material, out of copyright visual material, and also some webcam performances through Jitter, and then stitch those into the music so the video visuals are responding to the music. So tonight on my kind of video reel, you'll see 2 videos from that album, 2 videos from the album 433 Eros. One of which is close to my heart because being from Northern Ireland, I've taken the Sunday Bloody Sunday riots and chopped them up. And a very, very famous politician come preacher guy, his name was Ian Paisley. He was the sound of his voice was always in my head from when I was little. And so cut him into that. And then the other video, which is called 94 Aurora, on 433 Eros, every track is named after an asteroid. And anyway, just out of interest. On that one, I'm doing a Jitter webcam performance and synchronized to the music. So Deep Spacer was a good year for us in that sense. We're going to go in shortly and do another album with material. That's the really joyous part of this process, is that each iteration of the system for Deep Spacer, I try to improve it from recording session to recording session, from gig to gig, tweaking it, but tweaking it distinctly from the perspective of how can I provide effects, signal paths? How can I provide audio that I know is going to make Etienne feel better as a drummer, and I know is going to make Cesare feel better as a bass player? It's all about the performance for me. Then what else is upcoming? Another three upcoming records are a duet album with Kathleen Tagg from pianist from South Africa, ex-South African pianist who's in New York. We did some improvisations. That's taken a long time to work together, to work out the material because it's quite dense. Just done an album. Oh, sorry, there'll be a video preview of that album will be on tonight as well. So that'll be the first time anyone's heard that material. Then just done a album recording with Carlo Mombelli, the bass player, and again Jono Sweetman, the drummer. And that's using a bit of kind of software-based modular generative synth, feeding that into an improvisational kind of event. So that's new as well for me. And then the premiere concert from tonight, we're definitely going to want to release some of that with Cameron Harris. You'll see tonight that video. It was shot in a friend of mine has a chemical storeroom, and his name's Andres Neyman, very close friend. He's got this chemical business selling cleaning products and stuff, so there's kind of cacophony of stuff. And Cameron and I did that last Saturday, actually. So less than a week ago, we went in and recorded that. And it's Cameron on Coranglay and Max and myself on Ableton guitar. And we're not linked on that one, which is interesting. That's much more of a traditional, in my mind, a traditional free improvisation record in the sense that the machines are not interlinked and talking to each other. They're both in kind of extended instruments. So I wanted to talk you through. I've got you looking at Ableton here, and Theo, you can jump in at any point if you want to ask some questions. But you're looking right here at Ableton, and then also you're looking at my desk over here. So I've got a few little things to show, just to talk about the system and also to talk about the tactile kind of nature of things that I find inspiring. I spoke right up at the front about how important to me, how important to me the sense of the kind of physical sense, the timbre shifting sense that one gets from say playing the classical guitar, how much that is part of my thinking. And I wanted to just show you some silly, fun little things that I've got going on here that I guess make me happy. So this guy over here is let me see if I can get it on camera. This guy is it's a Hoppius coffee candies box. Very cool little thing. Was my wife's. And so inside of this little boy, there's a bunch of, where is the camera? Oh, there it is. There's a bunch of little controllers, and it's two delay units, two little analog delay units, folded back on each other. So let's give this guy a whirl. Killer fabulous little sound. And the cool thing is it's completely out of control. So the way this is set up, it's you can warp that delay back on itself with those two buttons, or it's also got input and output. As you can see, there's input at the top here, drilled in there like a average handyman. Anyway, we'll not talk about that. Going into the thing is actually a foldback from the sound card. So there's random bits of audio from inside the session coming back into the unit, and then if you just leave it kind of, aside from warping it like that, if you kind of leave it alone, it tends to misbehave periodically. I guess it's like me. But anyway, so you'll hear some of that. Other thing is I was blessed to find an omnichord. I'm sure most of you will know an omnichord. And this guy, where is this guy? Big session, and my face is in the way. Oh, hang on. Operating a mouse and holding a guitar is always tricky. So there's my omnichord. So a lovely little hack on this guy. So I've got the camera there for you. The circuit board is exposed on the back of this guy, and so if you lick your fingers, and can have days of fun with that. Anyway, that'll keep you going for a day too. And then the old-fashioned guitar here as well. A little bit of processing help from Ableton. And also so here we go. Let's have a little bit of an improvisation here. There you go. That came out very peaceful. Wasn't intended. So thank you, Theo. Thank you, whoever's out there. There's like Theo. But yeah, thank you if you were listening. I hope you enjoyed that. The material tonight on my concert will be diverse, ranging from post rock to electronica, to kind of glitch experimental music, to free abstract noise, to like just kind of soundscapes with piano. So there'll be a mix of that, and then the work with Cameron later this evening ranges from very, very dense soundscapes to kind of like almost like I feel it's like a Prodigy inspired thing at the end. So a real mix of stuff. But I hope at least I was able to share with you a little bit how the tactile thing has remained for me really, really important in terms of engagement with technology, whether that's just in the software environment or with the physical environment as well, the instrument. So yeah, over to you.
John, thank you so much. That was a most enjoyable performance. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I think the system on probably network is a little bit overloaded, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow of things. One quick question. Have you ever considered extending the way in which you interact with the guitar, the electric guitar, to other instruments that are not necessarily in terms of how one plays the instrument, that lies in a total different ballpark, so to speak. So a keyboard instrument, and not necessarily some tactile type interface. Have you ever thought of extending into those domains, perhaps?
Personally, or for other people? Or helping other people?
Yourself as composer performer.
You know, and I mean this in all sincerity. I think I suck at guitar still after 35 years. So maybe when I feel I've gotten the hang of guitar, I try something else. I still find this instrument so deeply engaging and so challenging. I play bass a bit as well. Right next to me, I've got a steel string acoustic, I've got a classical, I have a dobro, I have banjo. I'm like still so deeply fascinated by this guitar, just the physical nature of it. On Wednesday, I'm doing also a streaming concert just with acoustic guitars enabled to,
Yeah.
I just find this I find this endless thing. The only other instrument that I say I'd extend it to is kind of what you saw me do with the Omnichord here, which is, get inside the machine's still playing. Get inside the guts of the thing and touch that.
Right. Yes.
But I mean, I'd love to tie it back to my first question or response to you. I'd love to work with someone else. If I could.
Right.
If anyone's out there and would like to have those kind of physical ideas around like how to get an instrument physically enabled, that is interesting.
Right.
But like I said in the talk, musicians are anthropomorphic. When you say to them, "I want to drill a hole in your piano," man, you'd like. The reactions you get are like, and I'd say, well, it's just a piece of wood, it's just stick a knob in it, but it's quite hard, when I first did the electric guitar and I ordered a special one. I took it straight out of the box, took it up to the workshop, said to the guy, right, cut a hole. He says, it's brand new guitar. I'm like, yeah, cut a hole in it.
Yeah.
It's still challenging to even think that way.
Yeah, wonderful.
Another question for me.
I have a whole bunch of them, and actually I've been prompted with quite a range of questions. We must just keep an eye on the time, obviously.
Okay, good.
From your training as a guitarist composer, your interaction with Johnny Fourie.
Oh right.
I'd be interested to know whether there are any performance technical influences that one can see in your own work that perhaps had their origin or their roots with his work or within his body of work and performance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who asked that, but if somebody's a fan of Johnny, I mean, I was thinking about Johnny the other day because it was, it's the anniversary of his passing recently. Well, not so recently, but John, I mean, John was an incredible guy. I mean, he had this. When I did my work with him, the lessons in the end we became friends, and the lessons weekly were in the end 4 hours, and they were only 4 hours because at about 4 hours I was so exhausted, that I would say, please, Johnny, can I go home? Please, like I can't take anymore. He just dumped, and there was just this endless wealth of harmonic information. And so all the harmony that I know and the way I think about harmony comes from him, and so it can be fairly chromatic, the system. But the other thing that I got from Johnny is what you heard in that improvisation is like this fascination with beauty. Johnny was obsessed with beauty, and so as much as this rig in front of me here could leap into making Merzbow style dense craziness, and I do enjoy that.
Yes,
I just find often I wind up playing some sort of hymn or some sort of prayer for something that hasn't, and that comes from John. John would play a ballad, and it would be like listening to a hymnal, or like a liturgical piece.
Yes.
And so that part of John's personality is definitely always
reverence, almost one sometimes.
Completely, and from not only for life, but not only for music, but also for life. John was a deeply, he really cared about you. You always knew that. The lessons were like I'm not a guru-esque type person, so it wasn't a guru relationship. It was like a real deep, caring friendship, loving relationship weekly,
Right.
Johnny question.
It was inevitable. Jonathan, thank you so much for making time. We really do appreciate it very, very much, and This evening we shall hear 3 works of yours, and I personally am looking forward to this very much. Thank you, and I hope we speak again soon.
Sure, and yeah, if anyone has any other questions, you're welcome to feed them through to me, Theo. I'm happy to answer.
So,
Thank
thanks.
you so much. Have a great day.
I've known Christopher Kulpo, the jazz pianist and composer, for at least 20 years, 20 odd years. And through his work, became acquainted with Anne Graaf, graphic artist, painter, and Douglas Skinner, the poet. And I should add, publisher, author. And I was very, very happy when I found out that the three of them had collaborated on a composition, a multimedia composition or intermedial composition called Constellations, for which Christopher acted, I think, as a pivotal figure in bringing together different strands of thought, composing a score to graphical artwork, and which is accompanied by Douglas Skinner's poetry. Last week we held an interview here in Cape Town, or I was based in Cape Town and they were located in close to Paris and in London, and the interview went as follows. This is an interview on the first day of Bode Electrons 2020, and we are privileged to have with us three artists who have been working together on, I believe, more than one interactive project or collaborative project, but each in their own rights have also established themselves over the course of many decades as prominent figures, important figures in their own disciplines. So Christopher Kulpo is an American-born pianist who lives in near Paris currently, has been in Europe for many, many years. Specializes, I'd say, in composition and jazz improvisation performance. Anne Graaf, his wife, a visual artist, born in South Africa, but obviously also currently residing in Paris, in continental Europe. And Douglas Skinner, a poet who'd left South Africa's shores, Cape Town, for London. So thank you very, very much for making time to speak to us. And I thought that perhaps we should start off by allowing each of us a little bit of space to explore in a couple of sentences, a couple of ideas about, to explore where you are currently in terms of your creative work specifically. I'm very interested in the performative and also then eventually the collaborative elements of your work. So shall we start with Christopher?
Okay. Where am I in my creative work? I would say I am smack dab in the middle of stuck, which is sort of a little bit of a mental space I've been in a bit. I think it's obviously, like a lot of people, COVID related. There's no concerts, there's no performance possibility, there's no, there's not much of anything. So that's sort of had an effect. And in fact, it was being able to do this project virtually, which of course we would have done it together live last September. So having to get this together for the streaming was a good kick in the pants to make me actually have to do it. So that's where I am creatively.
Well, I think I've known you for a number of years, and I do think that I'm very happy about the fact that I sense a rekindling of stuff, which I'm very excited about. So I hope we can build on this, Christopher.
So you smell smoke, do you?
Yeah, indeed. And may I ask you perhaps to put us in the picture a little bit, please?
Yes, I'm speaking to you from Cape Town, where I'm visiting family. And yes, Christopher and I were, collaborated during the course of lockdown over really what to do for this Bode Electrons collaboration. And I tried out different media. Now, I would say that I'm a visual artist and a writer. So I don't in my head see the difference much in the forms of expression flow one into the other. So when I'm attempting to pursue a thread of meaning, it can take a visual form, or it can take the form of a poem, form of words. One's really trying to create in the viewer and the listener's mind images, images and meaning. So with this collaboration, this particular Bode Electrons task, I also turned to imagery, which I turned to collage. I was working with, I made it what I would call a visual poem, because we had decided we were going to use poems. I thought, well, why not try a visual poem? But then it didn't seem to fit, because not because of the content. I mean, the content was really interesting and I loved the visuals, but it seemed to be too much of an overload, really. And then Christopher tried using it as a visual background, and I felt that wasn't really the function of the piece as a visual background. It was a poem in itself, and yet how to intersperse it became a difficulty. So, I mean, that's how often a piece forms itself. You try things out, you edit, you take them out,
Yes,
so that piece got edited out, but it's something that, I mean, we could do at another stage. It's quite an interesting visual series made in collage and mixed media and paint, that it could be, I mean, one of the things that I'm really have been hoping to do for a long time is to create a visual score for a musician. So this is what I attempted in this piece, to create a visual score for Christopher. That fell by the wayside. But the series of poems that are included as my contribution were selected by Christopher. And some of them were written down during lockdown and kind of reflect our mutual life during that period in France, from March onwards. And some of the kind of the themes and the, how can I say, the thoughts that have occurred over the past year in relation to this, this world situation, this world pandemic. And some of them are, some of them are a personal perspective of what we've been going through, rethinking our lives, rethinking our relationship to nature too. I mean, that's another thing that some of the poems, I think it's one of my themes that I see emerging again and again, is this relationship between humankind and nature. And of course, the pandemic itself is a crossover from nature to the human species. I mean, and but it's just the loop that goes from the human to the natural world and back again is something that I'm very interested in exploring, both in relation to biology and in relation to psychology. And how we ourselves are nature. That's really one of my strong themes. Yes. Christopher got the poems, and then he worked with that material to create his piece. So I hope Christopher's going to be made to talk about how he responded to the poems and
definitely
what he thought about when he was writing his piece.
Yes.
An editor never reveals all his secrets.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how far we can push this, Chris. Douglas, thank you for being so patient. May I ask you to perhaps provide us with a little bit of context and background?
Oh God, low power mode. No, okay, we're fine now. Sorry, my phone just went into low power mode. I live on the fringes of London. Let me get that switched off. Oh God, what is going on here? Hang on. There we go. Well, you can edit all that out.
Oh no, it's the best part.
I live on the fringes of London. But my heart is in South Africa, where I was born, which is where I live as a writer. So I'm stuck in a kind of unfortunate middle ground. But the rise of the internet, I suppose, has been a kind of salvation. It enables one to live in many places at the same time without necessarily being physically there, to a degree. I have published 6 collections and 1 new and selected. I've done 6 or 7 or how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. I've been involved in 9 books of translation, Hebrew, mainly Italian, and most recently the Latin poems of Catullus.
Yeah.
I've also translated poems from French, Croatian, Spanish, Portuguese, Greek. Just more an indication that I'm not scared to wade into someone else's language without really knowing it. Probably foolhardy. I run a small poetry magazine in Cape Town from here with the assistance of various people in Cape Town called Stanzas. And I also, again in virtual mode, am the English editor for the Avbob Poetry Project, which runs a competition every year from August through November. Last year for that competition, and it's in 11 languages, it runs a poetry competition online in 11 languages, and there's nothing quite like it in the rest of the world.
Yes.
And last year I read 14,147 poems in those 4 months. By the end of this year, on Monday night at midnight, I think it is, I probably will have read somewhere between 17 and 18,000 poems. So it has a way of dominating my end of year life.
Right.
That's enough, I think.
Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. May I launch, before we speak about the composition that you've been working on together, the collaboration, may I pose you another question, please, Douglas? Could we perhaps probe similarities and differences between poetry and prose in your own work, and also in translation, in translating those two, I don't know whether we call them genres or those two media in a way. Do you have any opinions or any I'd almost like to say insider knowledge on that difference between poetry?
I wouldn't call myself a particular insider. I'm just a practitioner. I call myself a writer. I don't think one can call oneself a poet. That's a title that other people give to one or don't give to one, according to your experience and achievement. So I just call myself a writer. I'm not sure who it was, but someone once said that poetry should be as well written as prose.
Yes.
And that's a very revealing statement. And when I first came across that, I took it to heart.
Yes.
I think in my own practice, I often, in the process of developing a poem over time, and I spend often many years developing a poem. I think that the initial inspiration is the given poem is just really one sitting in the starting blocks and the gun has just gone off and there's 100 meters track ahead. Sometimes there's 400 meters or a mile track ahead. They're poems which I haven't finished in 20 years. And that slow process of winnowing, accumulating, revising, adjusting, developing is both something that I'm conscious of, and in which one of the techniques I use is I will take a poem and disassemble it into prose, into a prose block. And this I picked up from Yeats, who would often write what he wanted to say out in prose and get it down to the demands of good prose, and then work out how to make a poem out of that, and use all of the techniques that he had developed in creating a poem out of that. And there's a lovely story of Yeats and Ezra Pound rented a house down, I think it was in Sussex.
Yeah.
And Pound had the downstairs and Yeats had the upstairs. And Pound describes how he used to listen to Yeats walking up and down in poetic beat, trying to get each line exactly correct.
Yeah.
So I do that. For me, good prose is wonderful, and when one encounters it, it's a glorious experience. And likewise, good poetry. And I think if that's true of prose and poetry one way, it's true the other way as well.
Yes, I understand.
So, does that help at all?
Wonderful. It is extremely insightful, and I wouldn't like to speak about myself, but the processes, the emotions, the techniques, the approaches that you are describing are so very much applicable to composing music. So the sound world.
I think in the end, what poetry should be about, and poetry became very confused in the 20th century with the rise of modernism and postmodernism, and slightly lost its sense of its origins in the line and the music of the line, what Pound called the internal music, that poetry is words set to music, but its own music, not an external music. And the stanza, which comes from the Italian meaning a room. So the stanza is a room in which a certain play occurs, a certain narrative fiction is constructed. It's also for me, and here's a musical sense of it again, it's also for me a breath block. It's a breath block and a thought block. I probably, like all of you, I listen to, on and off, I listen to opera, and I marvel at how that sustained breath block that the good opera singers can manage, where they can really create a very big room without one breath. And I just think, God, that's amazing. So for me, a stanza or a verse is a thought block, it's a breath block, and it's a musical score, and it's a small novel in which a particular fiction narrative takes place. So for me, in writing, all of those elements come in as a part of the compositional process. I personally happen to be interested in philosophical ideas and the philosophy of language and exploring that. So that's a thread that runs through my work. But the other major thread, and I think the dominant thread in my work, is for quite some time I've understood that poetry is in and of itself the correct vehicle for exploring the poetic creative process itself. So for me, I'm always writing with an eye on the text, the fiction, the narrative, the image stream, but at the same time, I'm also conscious of the meta text, the meta narrative, i.e. So I try and get my poems to both be about what they're about and also be about the business of writing and the business of creating.
Yes. Excellent, excellent. If we may move to Anne once again, I sense with this composition, this collaboration, and that it proved, I wouldn't say easy for you to latch on to the concept, to latch onto the brief, to contribute to the collaboration. I sense that it came as part of the flow of what you were working on, artworks that you were working on. Is that correct? Is my assumption correct, or is my impression correct? That
I try to keep a flow going at all times, really, whether it's in words or in visual imagery. So it's sort of like practicing, like Christopher practices on the piano. It's sort of like keeping one's hand in and one's head in. So so yes, it did flow easily, and certainly the visual part that we haven't used anymore, and we're not using this time round. But that actually, when I get into a creative space, I suppose what I like best of all is to have unending time, a period of unending time without interruptions, and that's actually been one of the advantages of lockdown, that we've all been in our homes, and there've been less, how can I say, social distractions, and I produced that one piece of work which must have, you know, like 24 images in it, in a week. I did it in a week. The ideas were rolling, but I find that's a good way for the ideas to roll, to actually live with something. So it, you know, as you stirring the pot or cutting the basil in the garden or whatever one's doing, the ideas are churning over in little interludes between work. I love working like that. I mean, now that's a sort of like an ideal arrangement for an artist, I think, you know, to have unending time and concentrated time. I did want to also say, pick up on this thing about poetry and music, because it, you know, it does seem to me that certainly within the written word, I mean, poetry is the closest art form to music. And so this collaboration is interesting in that respect, in that it's different sorts of music coming together. It's the word as music and music as music. You know, that, you know, and what Douglas was talking about, you know, this idea of the breath and how many words you can get out in a single breath, or you know, all these things are considerations within music too, and rhythm, you know, sort of just pacing the floor to get the rhythm, you know. Poets do that too. And I also picked up, and I want to pick up on, you know, something else that Douglas said, which I find I'm also doing in my work, whether it's visual or the written word, is the metatext. That I find it's just, maybe it's because we live in this postmodern world. I mean, that we're all thinking about the process of what we're doing while we're doing it. But that also gets built into some of the poems that of mine that are included in this presentation, this idea of content. There's one about music, about listening to Christopher at, starting off a composition on the piano and reflecting on the creative process. So that's one of the poems that is part of this piece, and you know, I'm doing that too. So maybe that's a common theme for our century.
Yes,
amongst poets, and perhaps musicians do it too. I'd be interested to know if musicians do that.
Yes. So if I may add another quick question or point, Douglas indicated that it could take a period of 20 years for a poem to come to fruition, so to speak. Do you tend to finish your artworks rather more rapidly, rather more?
If I've got a period of time where I can really concentrate, like I was explaining, you know, poems can come to fruition in that sort of way too. But I often find with my work that a period of burying it is very useful. So to write it and then let it go into the oven at low heat, as it were, you know.
Compost.
Like you make rusks or whatever, you know. Yes, so that, and then when you've sort of forgotten about it, to take it out again. So you've got your distance, and so you can hear it as if you hadn't written it. I mean, that's a very useful maneuver, you know, to try and see it objectively again, and then suddenly I find that something will just come together with a few marks or a few words or a little bit of a rearrangement, and then it seems to me to have found itself. I mean, I think this thing about when is a piece complete is always an issue for a painter or a writer, maybe certainly for a musician too. Yes, it's part of the creative process. When is a piece complete? And I think there are many endings, many possible endings for a piece of artwork. So it's really a matter of choice. You know, because if you put in another word or another stroke of the brush, you've got a whole new arrangement that could take you to another ending. But it's really a matter of choice, when one feels maybe that it's arrived at some point that is sufficiently satisfying That's all I can say. It's sufficiently satisfying.
Yes, yes, yes. Wonderful, wonderful. Shall we ask Christopher about the musical side of things? So the composer.
Well, following up on that, I have to say that that it's quite different for me. I'm unable to put something away and then come back to it. It's almost as if, depending on the work and how the scale and complexity, it's almost as if I have to get through the labyrinth and I have to hold on to the thread. And if I lose it, I never really get back to where I was aware of all the different things that in one way may or may not be brought in. So I'm unable to do that. So the idea of picking up a piece that I started X amount of even months ago, I usually sit it down and I'll sort of look at it and think, what is this garbage? Because I'll no longer be in the place that generated the first ideas, that saw the possibilities and how they might come together. So, but since fortunately we haven't had lives of continuous lockdowns, it's meant that I've sort of developed a way of working where I just keep a work journal. So that when I get back to it, hopefully every day, but even if I have to miss a day, that I can just, hold on, that I can just go back. Okay, we'll have to, oh no, we've got 9 minutes. So hopefully with the journal, I can go back and pick up the thread, really. So that's that. About this piece.
Indeed, yes.
So the piece has been informed by a lot of different things. First off, the fact that we weren't going to have a live festival, because if there was a live festival, I think we would have ended up doing two pieces. One with Anne, and then another with Douglas, and then it turned into a slot that we spoke about, and then it was a question of would I still do two pieces, two sections, and then finally that became no. I was going to try to do one thingy, which was going to consist of some poems and the visuals, and then, as Anne explained, eventually was decided that the visuals in that way weren't really working. And so then it was a question of me having a bunch of poems and perfectly selfishly deciding which ones I wanted to work with, totally ignoring the poets, and then putting them together. And then it was a question of how to structure it and how to make it, so the selection of the poems, because there were a lot of other poems that I really liked, but I just finally settled on poems that I was able to organize. And a part of that organization was also because there are three people reading. Douglas is reading, Anne is reading, and our mutual friend, Mike Dickman, another South African, who he writes, he's a translator, he's got a serious guitar problem. And he's an excellent actor and a wonderful reader. And so I was able to use that to structure into a rotation so that there was always an alternation of three different readers. And then that sort of broke down for me into sort of 4 chapters, 3 groups of 3 with the 3 readers, and then a concluding sort of coda with 1 poem, each of Douglas and Anne, each read by the other. Which, I don't know if that's apparent to anyone listening for the first time, but it just was a way for me to have something that I thought I could hang the rest of it on.
Yeah, I sense the inverse. You say to hang the rest of the material on. I sense the inverse, that everything was funneled to you as composer and performer, and you had the freedom or the task to then structure as you felt inspired and felt fit.
Yeah, yeah. And really it had to be that way because we, we were always separated from Douglas. And then when Anne left for South Africa, then all three of us were apart. And so at a certain point, I just really had to take everything that I had from everyone and hopefully make sense of it.
Right. Now, there is another participant in the performance. We also asked an audio engineer to maybe add another layer, another interpretation, a different layer, a different veneer to the work. So am I correct in saying that the poetry was spoken and recorded, you then composed, your composition was recorded, your solo piano playing was recorded, and that material was then presented to an audio engineer, Izan Greiling, who's on the staff of the South African College of Music, presented to him to interpret. He's had a free hand in actually adding a layer of what would one call this? This contribution from his side.
There were moments when I wrote in a way a script with where I thought he might have a very free hand to do any number of things that he thought were appropriate, and with just the basic priority that I thought the overriding objective was that the words remain as clear as possible, and that he was free to interpret the music around him.
Right.
So I sent them on 2 tracks so that he could keep the poetry as clear as possible, and then be free to do things behind it without interfering.
Lovely. So he is essentially applying equalization. He's essentially processing the musical track, the stereo piano track, which is very close. Under certain conditions, this could be interpreted as an improvisation over your music, over your contribution. But you're a composer. You're also a jazz composer and performer. Maybe speak a little bit about this world of the. We spoke about poetry and prose. Now, jazz and I wouldn't say classical music necessarily, but jazz and concert music. For me, there exists very interesting links, very interesting conversations between those domains. Do you experience that at all, Christopher?
Well, yeah. I mean, we're at the point now where, as you were saying, how do you say jazz and what do you call the other one? At this point, they're both written. They're both taught in the same schools. They're both practiced in large part by the same musicians.
Indeed.
So between, and there's improvisation in some contemporary work, concert work. So I think it's becoming more and more muddled. That could be just also a result of, my aging, but it just seems to me to be more and more mixed and less of, I don't sit down and say, okay, now I'm going to do a jazz piece. Right.
You compose and that's it.
Yeah. And often some things start to happen, and it's like you throw the mud at the wall and something sticks, and I don't know, is it something that I might try to work into something for a group that I improvise with, or something that I might try to propose to a string quartet, or so that's not very clear. So in the case of this piece, as it came along, I realized that I wasn't going to be able to improvise so much, or at least I had to be very careful and decide on. It actually had to start with the reading of the poems, because then I had a basis. I knew that, poem 1 was this long, poem 2 is this long, etc., and then decide, was there time between them? How much does the mood change, etc. And then from there, I just had to decide, okay, I'm going to record this section that goes here, this here, this here, this here.
Right.
And then mix them together.
That's absolutely fascinating. Anne, may I ask, so we've spoken about the amalgamation of jazz and classical music, if you want to put it that way. In the visual arts, Anne, is there a medium that you prefer to work in, or is it oil and charcoal and?
Is there a medium that I prefer to work in? It often depends on the particular theme I'm working on, what seems the most suitable medium. That's something that happens to me, but it's also what medium is available to me. I mean, actually this morning I had a wonderful time. I went down to my sister's house and she's got a little corner that is being used as a pottery, and I had a great time making something out of mud, but the mud is clay, clay is mud. And so in terms of media, how can I say, I'm very, very versatile. I love paint. I love oil paint. I find that is probably the most complex artistic medium. There's so much you can do with it. So it's always endlessly teasing and complex to be painting with oils. So when I'm in that sort of mood where I want to have something teasing and complex, but watercolor again is just, something that you have to do freshly and in the moment and in quite a Zen way. So that it provides another kind of opportunity, perhaps akin to the jazz musician.
I see.
Wonderful. What the jazz musician does, So it's that each medium has its own vocabulary and possibilities.
Right. Thank you. Douglas, does this translate to languages at all? If is there you're English speaking, but do you prefer to work in English, or can one equate visual arts media and techniques with different languages, or not?
I think what one discovers when one does a fair bit of translating, which I seem to have become involved in one way or the other, personally and through the AVBOB project, is that language is not an add-on, it is the culture in which you live. And each language is a different culture. They have shared aspects and common origins, but if you look at the language tree, there are languages, way out on the right-hand side that bear very little relation to the languages way out on the left-hand side, although all human language must at some point have a common origin. What I think I would like to do with my initial impetus with Christopher was I had this recollection and idea of the great period of jazz and poetry in Chicago back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Jazz and poetry there was very much alive in the clubs, and I see there are three possibilities, and we've kind of been stuck because of everything with exploring one possibility, and that's Christopher riffing off extant poems. There's a middle ground where you get into a studio like, I don't know, Pink Floyd, and you sit there and you fiddle around with riffs and sequences and notes, and the drummer comes in with a beat and the bass player says, I can do, and meanwhile, Roger Waters is scribbling on a piece of paper, and eventually out of that comes a rock song, which is this integrated music and words. Now, if you look at the words that Waters has written just by themselves, they look like nothing much at all. But integrated with the music, because it's happened organically, it all fits perfectly. It becomes a wonderful kind of integrated emotional audio experience. Then there's the third side, in which I'd also like to explore with Christopher, and that's where I listen into he sends me an established piece, and I try and figure out some words to weave in around that, and try and create a poem to fit that. So I think there are those three panels that are available to us in the long term for mutual composition. And yes, it does bear relation to translating, because I'm kind of, in the first one, Christopher's kind of trying to translate the poem that he's looking at and hearing into a resonance, a music, an echo, a copacetic, to use an American word, kind of response. And then on the other side, I could do that with a poem by translating the music into a poem. And then in that middle ground, we're translating in situ by organically melding the two, trying to work something out, using a recording deck to keep the pieces and edit the pieces, and then eventually trying to, in some way, score that, so that we can then perform that sort of piece regularly. It becomes an established piece. I hope that
E2021 is filling up.
Hey.
Oh, absolutely. And it's going to be none of this distance stuff, if we can at all afford it. It's going to be in situ. We're going to be in lockdown in Cape Town composing music, if I have my way.
How cool would that be?
To get back to you, Douglas, I think that is what I was searching for earlier when we referred to the audio engineers as adding a veneer, a layer to the music. He's actually also improvising, I think is the correct term, through equalization and adding reverberation. There's a similar dialogue happening, but this time it is across media that really they're intimately connected. So the soundtrack itself, and yet the acoustics that we are trying, that he is trying to emulate and to modulate in real time, they're very intimately connected, but they are two quite distinct domains. And so I think there's a thread that runs through this composition that is, on the surface quite clear, interaction between artists in different media, but there's a very subtle underlying dialogue that is occurring, which I find very, very exciting, and it's very stimulating.
I see what you're saying about the music as being, if one knows anything at all about music, and the Beatles is probably the premier example, and the presence of George Martin as the fifth Beatle.
Yes.
The same is true of good writing, I think, in the whole chain of from composition to the book that's sitting in the hands of the reader, that there are crucial others involved whose presence is invisibly involved in the book. Every good novelist probably has a really good editor sitting behind them.
Yeah.
In the old days, the guys who did the hot metal and produced all that wonderful metal wording that then printed out onto the page, giving, when a book came off the line from the bindery, you opened it up and it had that wonderful smell of fresh ink.
Yes. Yes.
Hang on a sec. Leave it there. Sorry, somebody's just trying to deliver a parcel. So all of these cogs are crucial in the production of artwork. And it's not just, the one who stands at the front.
Right. Indeed. Are you familiar with Heinz Holliger's Scardinelli cycle?
No, I'm not.
Because for me, that is also a very interesting example of a literary figure being present in the composing, but also in the performance events, so in the compositional process, but also in the performance events, which is it's within a perhaps different style of music. It is exactly, I think, what went down with the Beatles in this in the scenario that you've just described.
Yeah.
Wow. I am.
Go ahead, Christopher.
No, I was just going to say there's another aspect, but really no one will get it except for me, because this is something personal. But I came to all the poems first because I had them printed out. And when I come to a poem written, it's so different from when I hear it read.
Yes.
And then I've sort of trying to reconcile the two of them. Of course, I'm only working with the read poem in the end.
Yeah.
But I'll always pick up such different stuff from the written, which is I think one of the mysterious things about poetry, or maybe it's just because most people now only get to a poem through the written version, which can be utterly different.
Yeah.
I think when you have the written poem and you're engaged in reading, there's that movement of the eyes. The eyes are not just where they actually are in the text, they're constantly scanning. The eyes scan, which means the brain is scanning, which means it's not reading in a set sequence of words, or one might say it's both doing that and scanning backwards and forwards for comprehension, for linkages, so it's a much more musical experience reading, really, from the way that the brain actually does it.
Yes. And then listening to your music, listening to the composition, one is listening to a sequential event, so music playing out in time, audio-visual composition executing in time, but the imagery that is conjured up, the mind is drawn to other locations whilst listening to the music. So I find that my attention is not wandering when I listen to the music, but I find that this particular composition conjures up beautiful spaces that one visits while you're listening, and that feed in, for me, very positive ways into the listening process.
Good.
Yeah. It's
No, that was one of the challenges, was having what you're hearing, having been informed by the poem, but without too much, happy music because there's a happy line, or sad music because there's a sad. So yeah, that was one of the challenges.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. How are we doing for time, Christopher?
I think that, it's hard, I'm not sure how to check, but we.
I can tell you, because I've been watching. It's now 14:06, and we had about a 6 or 7. It's been about an hour. So we could wrap it up.
Oh, does somebody have to go somewhere, maybe?
No, didn't we say we wanted an hour?
Oh, and how much will it be for a little more? Just give me your price there. What else do you need, Theo?
No. This is such an such a beautiful introduction to the performance. Two things. Sincerely hope that for BE 2021 we may invite you back to a to a live concert, and that we continue, that we keep our communication channels open. I'm always open and willing to listen to suggestions towards how to structure an event such as BE. So how do we refine the concept, the brand, if you want to call it that way, and what content do you think is important that one stages in such an event? So if we can keep these communication channels open, it would be wonderful.
Douglas was putting up his hand there. I think he's got something to contribute.
Right.
One of the most avant-garde pieces of poetry and music that's been done, that I know of and have experienced or watched, was in the early, let me get it right, early 70s or early 80s. Don McLennan wrote a piece called In Memoriam Oscar Wolberheim, and it's like a poetic play for two voices, two people, plus music, plus I think it's a quartet. The music was written by Norbert Novotny, and it's quite contemporary style music, and so it goes. It's a play for two voices and a quartet. It's the most wonderful experience to sit and listen to it, and I think it was only ever performed once or twice at Rhodes University in Grahamstown. So what I should do is try and photograph the pages of that and send it to you guys as scans or photographs. I've got a copy of the book, and that's something we could think about doing, is actually composing some, doing the rock group thing and getting together.
You want to do a rock group thing?
I do. I always wanted to be a rock star.
I also just wanted to add one more thing that I'd hoped might come up, and that is that in a lot of the poems, there are references to sound, and I think that's interesting that Christopher chose those. So it's a kind of, that's also another meta text going through, that the words themselves are reflecting upon sound.
Right.
Okay.
In several of the poems.
Yeah. Okay.
So, well, this looks like it could be the beginning of another rock band.
Absolutely. I think I think Boat Electrons can only grow, advance, and establish itself if one is open to these suggestions. And I think a very important component of this is for input from different media and different disciplines, not only from music itself. I'm not particularly in love with the word multimedia or intermedial, but I believe very strongly that, as we discussed earlier, creativity is creativity, and this runs, despite the medium one is working in, this runs very deeply in creative people that have been gifted their DNA means that is structured in such a way that they cannot not be creative. So it's not disciplined. Boat Electrons is not a music festival. It's not a festival. It's a symposium. And so, this conversation we're having now about different media, I think is very, very important. So perhaps we should close, and it remains for me then to thank you for taking the time, to thank you for the effort, which has been considerable, to make this composition happen, and to offer an open invitation to Boat Electrons 2021.
Thank you.
Thank you, Theo. Such a pleasure.
And as a postscript, so then in a way, BE is functioning as sort of a therapy for those of us with creativity problems.
I don't buy this. I don't buy this that you're not being that you're stuck, as you said at the beginning. I don't.
Oh, it's
I don't
been a
think so.
rough. It's been a strange. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
There's a guy who was trying to get us concerts, and you know, we did a Mexico tour last year, and things
Yeah.
were in the air. And then he was saying, "Well, you know, forget 2020. We're talking 2021." And at one point, he's like, "Well, 2021, they're going to try to squeeze in what was in 2020. Well, 2021's gone. I mean, you know, there's not even if there's vaccine rolling out soon, there's no way there's going to be really, you know, real public events before the end of 2021, and even that's kind of a pipe dream. We might be looking at, as we said yesterday, Theo, 5 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
You know, so that's a big.
So there's a group of British artists in the last couple of decades who called themselves the Stuckists. I kid you not. Yeah, the Stuckists.
Yeah. Yeah, super.
So you're an honorary member of the Stuckists.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
They were launched prior to COVID-19. So what are they called now?
Yeah.
Heaven knows.
Christopher, I want to ask you, how did you feel about the piece?
Who are you asking? Me.
You.
I'm relieved. I'm relieved.
Well, I thought it was beautiful.
I found myself here alone with school starting, a bunch of poems. The guy who was the friend who I put him on the credits, who recorded me in his studio, he went away to the Azores. He wasn't sure when he was coming back. He wasn't going to come back at all before the deadline. And he came back for me.
Wow.
Gosh.
So then I had to go up to Paris. I had to go up into Paris at the height, when the numbers were at the highest, you know, which I was able to do. So it was just, so it's like, and when we stop this and I send the video off to Theo, I'm opening
well done.
But I meant artistically. How do you feel about the piece artistically?
I think it came. Look, it came along well. I'm sorry that I'm not more able with the electronic and recording side, because I could have done a lot more. You know. But then I would have been stepping on the toes of our other collaborator. But you know, I'm always not happy with that side of it. But no, I think it works pretty well. You know.
Well, there's a future for you. You can become Karl-Heinz Stockhausen II.
Yeah. Well, I need to find a lot more ego.
This is true. Yeah.
He had a
well, Luciano Berio. Do you know his work?
I knew Berio.
Yeah. There's that wonderful piece he has that he did with Kati Barberi.
Yeah, there's a couple.
The voice and oh God, what a piece that is!
A lot. The question is, how much is just Barbarian?
Yeah.
That's a real question, because she was brilliant.
Yeah.
And so much is improvisation, and you know.
Oh wow.
I would have met her, but she had the stroke and died just a couple of months before I went to a summer stage in the south of France, and Berio and Barbarian were supposed to be there. And that's where I met her.
No.
And I went back to Florence with Berio because he had someone to do some copying work for him. And so I did, but my handwriting was so bad that he didn't want me to draw any more clefs. He said he'd add them later. That was back in the old days. It was pencil and paper. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yep. I failed the cleft test.
Oh God. You had a bit of a cleft lip, I suppose.
All right, guys. Look, thanks very much.
Engineers must cut that out.
No, it's all for posterity. It's going in the BE archive.
Mm.
Just
Okay.
on that, on the poster and on the website that I send the link to, that I'll send you the link of in a minute, there is, all the information is there. So you click on the homepage of our tech group and there's a link over there, live stream BE, the program is on there, etc. Well, the program will be on there very soon. I'm trying desperately to create a little PDF with the actual program of the event. And then all of us have access to the Google Drive Excel sheet, which shows how the entire festival works.
I just need one. Christopher, can you make sure I just have one link that I can click on? That's it.
Yes,
I don't have to do anything else.
Yes.
Cool.
I'll be doing the same for
good.
Anne. So.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Google Drive. Crikey, Moses.
Well, just great to see everybody virtually. It was a wonderful discussion. I really enjoyed it.
I'm glad we can make you out with all the sunlight behind you. The lovely sunlight.
Yeah, it's lovely being in the sunshine.
Cool. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
We speak.
I'm now going to hang up on you.
Our next guest is Dr. John Richards from the Montfort University, who established a very busy career as an instrument maker, performer, educator, lecturer in a field that crosses this divide between analog and digital technology and creativity activities for people who perhaps are not classically trained, if one would like to put it that way. And it's an aspect of John's work that I really admire. The tremendous dedication that he's shown in growing an interest and in growing a group of practitioners who are not scared or afraid to literally get their hands dirty. And it's no wonder that John goes by the name of Dirty Electronics. John Richards will introduce his work, and it's over to you, John.
Thank you, Theo, and hi everyone. I'm delighted to be able to take part in these proceedings and to be able to give a keynote. I'm also grateful to Theo and the rest of the team for organising this in very difficult circumstances. Now, I've given this keynote the title, The Danger of the Crowd. This keynote sets out my interest in making music in large groups and the importance of social interaction, in particular, in the light of the pandemic, shall we say. I present this keynote as a series of 10 statements. Now, these statements do not necessarily follow a linear argument. You may just observe these links here. You can look at or go and revisit some of these links after the talk. But the first one in particular is a compilation of some of the work that I've done with large groups. And we will take a pause during the keynote to look at this video and listen to it. It's only about 2 minutes long, but in particular, this first link will be referred to. And I will bring this slide back later in the keynote. So let's get started. Were you able to see that slide? First of all, let's just double check. I've got you there on that.
Yes, we can see the slide. Thanks, John.
Just check I've got this slide correct. That doesn't. Just got that one. 1 second. Lost itself.
Text.
The joys of Zoom.
Don't worry. We've been through interesting times ourselves since this morning. So on the screen we've got me in the left frame, on the right frame, a white page. Now we've got full screen, danger of the crowd, centipede, Septober, etc., etc., sacrificial floors, radical nails, looking sharp.
Okay.
And we're back with John. Thanks.
Okay, let's start. The danger of the crowd. As I mentioned, I like to make music with large groups, electronic music with large groups of people. People I've never met before. It can be unpredictable, a little bit dangerous at times, sometimes terrifying. It's kind of promiscuous. Things often end in tears even, but I love the danger of it. There's a tradition of this, you could say, in much improvised music. There are pros and cons, of course. It can be hard work, exhausting, etc. And there's this feeling of always being at the beginning. It's a little bit like a kind of Groundhog Day. Nothing progressing necessarily. But then do we always need to think about development or goal-orientated activity? This way of working puts me in a position of naivety, having to discover something for the first time. And by default, it's radical, something that comes from the roots, worked up from the bottom. So here we are now in a global pandemic, and people speak of social distancing, physical distancing, call it what you like. It's made me think of my school days, and this might sound a little pretentious, but studying Shakespeare's play Coriolanus. Actually, I can't really remember much about the play, apart from Shakespeare portrayed the crowd as a symbol of danger, something that was irrational and uncontrollable. I also think back to my time standing on a football terrace, or being at a gig, or going to the pub, or even singing in a choir. And there was a feeling of losing myself in these moments. You become part of something else, something bigger. And then suddenly overnight in March, we are in lockdown, isolated, atomized, if you like. Now, I don't want to spread the virus or give the virus to anyone else, but breaking up the crowd is the way to control and maintain power, just like Coriolanus did in Shakespeare's play. Now, I've been associated with the DIY and maker movement. This association is true, but I'm more interested in community, face-to-face activity, physical presence, materials, and group dynamics. It's collaborative making and large group performance that get me really excited, not doing it yourself. I've been critical of a certain type of electronic music, the bedroom artist with their home studio, and the solo DJ or laptop artist. Then there was this whole I culture thing that seemed to represent hyper-individualism. I was reading Robert Putnam's book, Bowling Alone, and thinking about dystopian futures. Coincidentally, at this time, I was also thinking about viruses and bacteria. The composer Henry Cowell wrote a great article, The Joys of Noise, where he exclaims, "Since the disease of noise permeates all music, the only hopeful course is to consider that the noise germ, like the bacteria of cheese, is a good microbe, which may provide previously hidden delights to the listener instead of producing musical oblivion." Now, these are times of a very bad virus, a life-threatening killer virus. Still, to use Cowell's analogy, I'm carrying on looking for good bacteria or a virus that is beneficial and trying to engage with the physical world in any way I can. Statement number 2, dirty electronics. Now, at around about 2000, I started to explore the boundaries between music, performance art, electronics, and graphic design, and more importantly, the social political dimension of these activities. Now, this wasn't premeditated. In many respects, it was accidental. But these themes dominated my interests and the work that came out of these interests. From this, I was able to establish a distinctive profile and aesthetic that I refer to as dirty electronics. In English, we have this saying, to get your hands dirty, which suggests you want to get physically involved in something, actively engaged in something. A new piece for dirty electronics often begins with an idea for a sound generating device that can be built and played by more or less anyone. The new work is usually presented in the context of a live event, part workshop, part installation, part performance. I like to think of it as a holistic approach to music making. And this allowed for an experimental practice to emerge that blurred the distinction as well between instrument maker, performer, and composer. I became fascinated with, amongst other things, the material nature of electronic sound, what I call an object-orientated form of music making, letting the object speak for itself. And also making sound objects instruments as a kind of process of performance, a procedural part of performance. This includes the ideas of public making and what I call performance installation. A little bit more on this later. And finally, this idea of the audience listener as an active participator and how this could lead to new and possibly original performance paradigms. Now, I played gigs in pubs and clubs, inhabited art galleries, and performed occasionally in concert halls. I designed electronic sound making circuits, handheld battery-powered synths, collaborated with record companies and arts organizations. But ultimately, it was the danger of the crowd working in large groups that took me to uncharted waters. And it is this aspect of my work as dirty electronics that I want to focus on in this keynote. Some of this work as dirty electronics can be looked at, viewed through the Dirty Electronics website. So you should be able to find that simply Googling Dirty Electronics, and you can look at that after the keynote. So let's continue. Statement number 3, Bowling Alone. I'm going to carry on using that title by Putman. So my hunger for electronic music with large groups of people, I think, was really born out of starvation. During the 1990s, I found myself making music in isolation. I was caught up in what I call the paradox of electronic music. In theory, all sound could be recorded or synthesized and worked with directly in the studio. It was as if performers and their interpreters, go-betweens, so to speak, were no longer needed. On one hand, it seemed incredibly empowering, all sound liberated, all sound musical, all sound of the imagination. Yet on the other hand, this liberation felt like Narcissus peering at his own image reflected in a lake. But let's put this in context. The preceding 1980s, for example, in the UK, were a period of immense social change and upheaval. It was Thatcher's Britain, and the traditional labour market and communities were being dismantled. There was high unemployment, and the social fabric of the country was extremely stretched. In the current climate, people are also making comparisons from regarding the economy and unemployment to the 1980s. In spite of this, in the 1980s, there was a boom in consumerism and individualism, and a move away from what might be thought of as public space to private space. Things like social housing became a dirty word, and state-owned property was sold off. For the first time, some people in Britain could own their very own part, if you like, of Little Britain, as I call it. And also the recording studio underwent a radical transformation during this period. MIDI arrived, heralding a new digital age. Now, Chicago, Nick Collins, this is one of my favorite quotes of his. He argues that the introduction of the microcomputer and MIDI at the start of the 1980s prompted many musicians to swap the soldering iron for software and increasingly affordable commercial synthesizers. And the digital revolution continued to gather pace throughout the 1990s. The PC, personal computer, became even more ubiquitous. And it was from this vista that I began to search for an electronic music that was not based on individual pursuits, free from the idea of the singular composer, and possibly free from the all-pervasive digital technology. Statement number 4, post-digital. Let's look at this transformation through the prism of technology. In 2008, a former colleague of mine, Andrew Hugel, wrote a book titled The Digital Musician. In this book, Hugel sets out to explore what it means to be a musician in the digital age. Now, he argues that the book is as much about the musicians as the technology. And fittingly, Hugel chose Paul Gauguin's painting, Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? For the cover of the book. Nevertheless, Hugel places a big emphasis on the digital. So when he asked me to write an artist statement for the book, I was somewhat taken aback, particularly given my interest in analog electronics. But writing this statement offered the opportunity to think about how I'd been shaped and influenced by the technology around me. In this statement, I make some seemingly flippant remarks about being a musician. For instance, where the most important skill for the digital musician is the management or archiving of files. Yes, file management. This is something I was trying to avoid. Just think, for example, of all of those computer files that we generate when we go into the studio these days, for example. I also argue that it was sometimes easier to make a new sound than trying to retrieve a file that you made 5 years ago that is located on some hard drive that is perhaps no longer compatible. But perhaps more importantly, I claim being a digital musician is not just about the physical application of technology, but also a way of being or thinking. The relationship between man, woman, and their tools and technology, and their relationship to their environment, material and social, is a complex ecosystem of sorts, one informing and conditioning the other. And it's from this premise that we might arrive at the distinction of being post-digital. Not that the digital age is over or the technology spent. Nicholas Negroponte, in his seminal text, Being Digital, suggests that we are not even at the base camp yet in terms of the capabilities and potential of digital technology. A post-digital aesthetic is arguably a shift in perspective when viewing technology. Maybe it suggests a more quizzical look or a questioning of technology. Thus, post-digital implies an aesthetic where the blind faith in technology is questioned. There are precedents in the arts where criticism of technology is brought to the fore. I could talk here about the ideas and movements such as the Neo-Luddites or the arts and crafts revivalism, where artists have rejected high-tech culture. But let's briefly, very briefly, consider the work of the artist Nam June Paik. Now, I particularly want to discuss Paik because he railed against the technological icon of his day, the TV. Now, passive consumption rather than active engagement or participation was something that Paik was highly critical of. And he produced a series of works, for example, Zen for TV, Zen for film, or TV Buddha, that critiqued the very technology that was sat in many people's living rooms at home. But let's return to post-digital. Perhaps the post-digital offers up a mirror to look again, as I've mentioned, at older technologies, or even to come back to some of those things suggested in the Gauguin's painting. Where do we come from? What are we? Where are we going? Well, I have one answer to this. One simple answer could be, certainly in my case, is that I like machines, but I love humans. Statement number 5, organized communities. Now, before I go on to discuss my music making in large groups, I have on one hand an axe to grind, whilst on the other some salient points to make. So much of my music education has been spent on prioritizing, contemplating, and listening to sound. Well, you could say that's what you would expect if you studied music, but dare I ask it, is sound the most important thing about music? Now, it would be crazy to get into an argument about defining the term music in this keynote, but let's try a different take on this. Edgar Varese famously coined the term organized sound to define his music. Don't get me wrong, I like this. However, we could argue that music is a social construct, a cultural phenomenon. You could say this sets music, that which is cultural, aside from sound, that which is a physical entity, a physical vibration. So could we not actually have a definition of music as organized communities? I mean, more accurately perhaps here, the organization of people making sound. Now, I'm not the only one to suggest or imply this. I can draw on the work of Cornelius Cardew, in particular his work with the Scratch Orchestra. Cardew argued that the orchestra was made up of a large group of people that involved an assembling for action, a form of edification, a pooling of resources. I also want to draw on the work of Christopher Small, who has put forward the idea that music is not a thing at all, but an activity, something that people do. Small emphasizes music as a verb, to music. So we have this idea that music is a doing word. So Small states, to music is to take part in any capacity in a musical performance, whether by performing, by listening, by rehearsing or practicing, by providing material for performance. And from this, Small arrives at a theory of what he calls musicking. And this is his definition of musicking. A theory of musicking, like the act itself, is not just an affair for intellectuals and cultured people, but an important understanding of ourselves and our relationships with other people and the other creatures with which we share the planet. It is a political matter in the widest sense. Statement number 6. I've called this cardboard boxes and cupboards. Now, this will become clearer as I progress. In 2018, I gave a presentation titled Cardboard Boxes and Cupboards. Now, the idea for this talk came about because I was asked to be interviewed and filmed in my recording studio. But I don't really have a studio. And this forced me to ask the questions, so where do I actually make my electronic music? And what is my studio? And where do I make music? I think at this point I should switch over to an image. I've been avoiding using the images and slides so far, but so let's just catch up on this. There are some of the, let me go on to the image I want to show you. There was Nam June Pike's Zen for TV that I mentioned earlier. And my quote there. Here we go. This is my studio. Hopefully you can see that. I have many cupboards like this, and they all consist of cardboard boxes. But these cardboard boxes are full of things, and in many ways they reveal a lot about my practice. Let's go back to yes. So let's just summarize what these boxes mean to me. My electronic music exists in the form of cardboards full of makeshift containers, cardboard boxes with electronic components, wires, and miscellaneous odds and ends. These boxes and cupboards are not just for storage or archiving, but a reminder of an electronic music that is concerned with placing materials and concepts in the hands and minds of participants to bring and to give the opportunity for, in the words of Christopher Small, musicking. These cupboards hold the remains of workshops, participatory events, and public art making, whilst the boxes are vehicles to transport raw materials and tools to the coalface of art making and education. The cardboard box acts as a metaphor too, as a humble offering to reach out beyond the institution, suggesting a decentralized model for the creation of electronic music. This approach to electronic music does not originate in the recording studio or computer lab, or is made on a workbench, but represents what I call arty electronics and arty music that is often brought to a village hall, pub or bar, community centre, or art space. So let's look at some of this in practice. Earlier this week, I compiled a short compilation video focusing on some of the large group activity I've done as Dirty Electronics. Now, I'm not going to stream this. You can check this on your own in your own browser. It was one of the first link that I put up, but if you Google Dirty Electronics Vimeo, you will find the video, The Danger of the Crowd. So you can have a quick look at that now. It's only 2 minutes long, but it's a short, a humorous compilation of some of the activity working with large groups. So I'd just like to take 2 minutes for you to track that down if you can, or have a pause, and then we will continue. So a couple of minutes to track that down. Like I said, you can go to the link 1 that I projected, which I'll put up on the screen, and you can go back in time. There we go. Just have a quick listen to that. Okay, I'm back. And I will continue. 10 more minutes here. I also have some instruments by the side of me that I will show and maybe even demonstrate briefly. But let's carry on with this. Some other key issues in relation to working in large groups. Statement number 7, making in public. Now, the last really messy thing I did before lockdown was an event called Pop-Up for Collaborative Music Making. This was a 3-day micro residency in a shop or pop-up shop in a 1970s shopping centre in Leicester. Now, at the heart of this event was some of the ideas I've discussed here, as well as ideas central to my work as Dirty Electronics. So again, to summarize these, large group activity, this idea of making in public, and what I call performance installation, something where installation art and performance art and music performance coalesce. Collaborative music making. I've also talked about participatory art or music, and something I in general call music for DIY electronics. Now, this particular participatory event was not open to all. The participant here was a group of invited students and researchers. But the public could engage in such an activity through listening and observing the making and playing. These conditions presented the making of both objects and sound as performance. And I think I should possibly show you one more image of this here. If I go through them. Yeah. So it's a little bit like being a goldfish in a bowl, and people would come and watch the making. One aspect of this, normally the idea of electronics or making instruments and performance are two separate things. But this idea of making as some kind of process that is observed or listened to, bring the idea of performance actually into the making itself. And I often think this is a lot closer to something like the work of Steve Reich. And I often refer to his seminal text, Music as a Gradual Process. Certainly in the case of Reich, he was very much concerned with revealing the process in the music or the work. And if your emphasis is on DIY music making or DIY self-built instruments, trying to convey that to an audience or listener is crucial. And one way of doing that is to demonstrate or to show or reveal the actual process of making itself. So in recent work that I've done, this idea of bringing the making, if you like, into a public sphere as a time-based kind of art form is something I've very much been fascinated with. And I've coined this term performance installation that helps describe this. Recently, I've collaborated with Japanese artist Tetsuya Umida and Tim Shaw, a British sound artist. And we have gone on these kind of tours, if you like, where we inhabit a gallery, and the installation, the sound installation, is also a performance. And I've also given you that link, and this link will also be in the keynote, which I will provide later, so you can go and look at the work that I've done with Tetsuya Umida. Again, it's on the Dirty Electronics Vimeo webpage. one particular tour, Sacrificial Floors, I suggest looking at. And this, in many ways, demonstrates this idea of installation art and performance art simultaneously coexisting. Now, in that particular instance, it was with a small group. However, I have also taken this concept into a larger group activity. And at the very end of the compilation video that you may have seen or you could see later, there is an excerpt from a performance installation at the ICA, the Institute of Contemporary Art, that took place in 2011. And essentially working in that space made me realize that whether you liked it or not, people were going to watch some of the things that you didn't necessarily want them to watch or listen to. So in that case, it was billed as a traditional instrument making workshop, but the event was hosted or staged, shall I say, in the main gallery, a very busy gallery in the center of London. So people would just come in, they would start watching what you're doing, asking what you're doing, stay there. You know, this wasn't part of the plan at all. So it became obviously part of the work itself. So this has also been something I've applied to large groups. Again, just before lockdown, I went did a similar type of event at the Prague Quadrennial, which took place in Prague over the summer. So this idea of performance installation and making in public is something that is key to working with large groups, and this idea of presenting DIY practice and the making as and the performance as a holistic event. Now, this does change how you might think about performance as well. And one thing, statement number 8 here, this idea of attending to a sound. But I'm going to start with this idea of attending to a crowd. Now, one big question you often have when you're working with a large group of participants or performers is how to organize or not the activity. During my 20s, I was fortunate to work with the improviser and pianist Keith Tippett. He's mainly known for sort of progressive rock, jazz improvisation. He also worked actually with Dudu Bukwana and Chris McGregor in the group Centipede. Now, this was a large group consisting of 50 members, hence the name Centipede. And Tippett was brilliant at directing this group. And he also took these ideas through working with Centipede into some of his other work. So he ran essentially what I call workshop bands. There was the Seabed Orchestra, and he also ran large group improvisatory ensembles at a place called Dartington Hall, Dartington Summer School. And Tippett had a completely bespoke language using hand signals to direct the group. But this is not always practical or desirable, especially if you want to get across some kind of freer approach to music making. And again, I was thinking of Cornelius Cardew. He definitely did not stand at the front of the scratch orchestra directing the group in any way. But in some cases, I have found myself confronted after, shall we say, we built things with the dilemma of what we're going to do, not only with the stuff that we've made, but also the people playing this stuff. And so I've thought about this idea of attending. Now, this is particularly pertinent, statement number 9, to sound. Rather than play an instrument, certainly in the context of performance installation, it's a little bit more detached. This idea, again, of letting the object or the sound speak for itself. So once you set up some kind of sound making activity, and in many cases, the technological aspect can mean that the sound is generative, that it keeps going. You don't need to continue to put energy into this source. It's doing its own thing. So the idea of attending becomes even more important. But that kind of attending suggests a slightly detached position from the sound making object or the materials. But in many ways, this changes the way in which I consider the performer in these particular performance installations, if you like. So we have two things here, the idea of attending to a crowd and also attending to a sound. So let's just conclude now. Statement number 10, postscript. I've got a few things on a table next to me here. Here's one object. It looks kind of analog, but it's digital. And this particular instrument had a kind of evolution. I worked with a record company. Here you go. This is a handheld synthesizer, the sort of thing I was talking about earlier, called the Mute Synth. And as part of the design for this, now I have to, this is a disclaimer, I have a music degree. So learning about analog electronics was a very kind of long and bumpy road, but it was something I got into again by accident. But nevertheless, many of the things that I do have also been disseminated as performance, but also as these kind of objects in their own right. And here the Mute Synth involved a digital, a microprocessor that dealt with digital synthesis, direct digital synthesis, DDS it's called. But one of the exciting things about the pop-up, where I showed you an image earlier, was that a number of researchers and students came together in that event and in many ways deconstructed this and redesigned it. So this particular instrument was an attempt to capture the spirit of DIY electronic music making. So it looked for a much more immediate method, if you like, of construction, borrowing a lot, again, from arts and crafts. I like to think of making this stuff is similar to using scissors and paper or glue. Of course, the microprocessor still sits in the middle. You know, that's where a lot of the work, or composition, if you like, has been done. But here you see deconstruction in some ways, which was done, I also hasten to add, in a collaborative manner. So it's a kind of group design, collective intelligence that can lead us to new terrains. And it is on this point that I like to think of the danger of the crowd as a way to take us to places we've not gone to before, and in many ways to liberate ourselves from some of those habits that we have that can often hold us back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. It was an excellent, riveting keynote presentation. You had us glued to our screens on this side. Thank you so much for that. Do you have a little bit of time, a little bit of energy for one or two questions, please?
Yes.
I'd be interested to know how large a user group do you think exists around you guys? So instrument making, getting hands dirty, building electroacoustic instruments. Is it a vibrant scene? Is it possible even to ascertain or form an opinion about how many people are active in this field, generally speaking?
Yes, I am coming. I'm heading to my bookshelf. I'm still talking. I hope you can hear me.
All good.
For a book. I found it. It actually has come. It's actually many movements, I think, not just one. You have circuit bending, hacking, hardware hacking. You have more experimental tradition. You have the Arduino world, microprocessors. So in many ways, this approach, there's a lot of overlap between these different subgroups.
Right.
And I think last year, this latest edition of the Cambridge Companion to
yes.
Electronic Music, the second edition, I was asked to write a chapter on this very subject. It was particularly challenging because there was also previously a chapter by the American Nicholas Collins on
right.
why electronics. But I took the stance of thinking about this in terms of from the music aesthetics and also beyond the instruments.
Yes.
You could argue that a lot of the time and energy is spent talking about the things, about the objects, and possibly less about the music.
Yes.
So certainly in this particular chapter, again, kind of charters the if you like, the movement. And I think it is possible to consider this a global approach or way of making electronic music. So certainly in my own work, I've travelled to China and Japan and Australia and Europe, almost South Africa, and most of the Europe, Scandinavia, and then you can meet like-minded people who are very interested in making music in this way. I think fundamentally with the kind of corporate technologies that kind of surround us, there's this feeling of empowerment in making your own stuff. Whether you can actually hear it is not always the most important thing, but that alone sometimes is a motivation. It's a way of trying to find a unique voice in a very mono kind of cultured world.
Right. That ties in with your very interesting critique that I interpret or understand as we being forced by industry to, I think very much in the sense of a corset. We limit it very often as technologists, and I found your critique of that situation, if I'm correct in my assessment, I found that very, very interesting. One more question, please. In instrument making practices such as this, in the movements that have sprung up, how does traditional compositional theory, composition technique, orchestration technique, the skills one associates with a classically trained composer, do these feature at all? Is it important, or does one attack the creative urge, or does one exercise one's creative passion, from the other end, only from the making end of things?
This is something that preoccupies me. I often talk about David Tudor, a contemporary of John Cage, and he also coined the term composing inside electronics. So where does the composition begin or end? And this is also a kind of fascinating way of thinking about working with some of this stuff.
Right.
So again, making the instrument, it's not making an instrument. Maybe there can be sometimes a crossover with composition. When you start designing a circuit, are we thinking compositionally, or are we thinking in terms of instrumenting?
Yes.
In my case, so I don't make instruments really, because you could have a good musical instrument. It's something that it's something where you can repeat something.
Right.
So I can pick it up and I can play something again the next time, or in some way I could master that instrument. Now, often in my case, the instruments are more like compositions. So it will be a commission. The thing gets designed, presented, and then the next commission will come. So deliberately, that instrument is put aside, and new work begins. And in many ways, that keeps the whole thing fresh. So it's a deliberate kind of refreshing, if you like. Or again, rather than this idea that you keep going back and master.
Yeah.
And it also brings up questions of virtuosity. Again,
yes.
So where does the virtuosity lie in this way of working with instruments? I sometimes use the convenient answer that virtuosity lies in the listener. And I think that's something I can return to. And in many ways, it doesn't necessarily matter what the instrument or the device is. And I think ultimately I very much have a sort of post-Cagean approach to these things. John Cage, I read recently, was quite critical of the whole idea of improvisation. It was somehow too about feelings or personal feelings. And he often talked about the joy of uncontrollable instruments.
Right.
Well, and this in general idea, that we try and find the sound or find the music in that which already exists. So in terms of the compositional output or the working or performance with these things, the process is often closely tied to this idea of finding the music through the materials, through the new instruments, through the making process. But I do also have to add that sometimes we have, or I have, and the people I've worked with, taken a more traditional approach. So working with composers who might use some kind of graphic notation, even occasionally working with acoustic instruments, and maybe the performer wants to somehow combine these two worlds together. The idea of working with textures and what we might consider sound-based music and how that may work with something more note-based. So occasionally, for example, I've been a regular guest at music conservatoires. I mean, this has always been something that amazes me. So, for example, the Royal Academy of Music, I've worked with composers there, and also the Conservatoire in Amsterdam, where some of the performers and musicians there are very much trained in a more traditional way. Trying to bring them into a kind of world, make them think about how they may approach their own instrument too. So there have been a few instances, and again, I'm not necessarily against this. I've become slightly more liberal. So, also, this idea of analog or digital, acoustic or electronic. The richest music I often find is something that brings these things together.
Right. John, there's no doubt that this conversation has just begun, it's just started. So we shall do everything in our powers to get you down to South Africa as soon as the travel embargo has been lifted. Thank you so much from all of us here down in Cape Town, and we shall speak soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right. We are supposed to be getting a logo, but Our next guest is Peter Castoor, a first-year student at the South African College of Music. I was walking down the passageway on my way to B13, a little recording venue of ours, and I heard this incredibly well-produced, nice, rounded electroacoustic music. I didn't realize it was called, I think they say dub step, but anyway, I was particularly impressed by the bass management, and eventually found out that Peter was an old hat at composing dubstep, so creating his own dubstep universe. And I also immediately discovered that I know less than nothing about the style. So something I thought that was just trivial, like weekend pleasure or weekend pastime, actually is quite an intricate composition technique, or there are very specific techniques that apply to the creation of this musical style. And I promptly then invited Peter to share with us where he is at this point in his career, perhaps a little bit about his background, where he comes from, how he arrived in the dub universe. And also, I also asked him to please show us some of his own composition work, to share with us what he's been doing, especially from the perspective of how his own skill sets, his skill level at creating dubstep has advanced, changed, matured. So Peter, thank you very much for your time, and it's over to you.
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to introduce dubstep as a genre. It's a very new genre in terms of EDM genres go. It partly originated back in the 1990s in England from the UK garage scene. So garage is a genre that stemmed from house with its 4-on-the-floor bass drum and its syncopated hi-hats and snares. And DJs then took this syncopation a little further with two-step. I'm going to share my screen now. There we go. So two-step is this kind of jittery version of garage music. And back in 1999, a music journalist, Simon Reynolds, described two-step as a general rubric for all kinds of jittery, irregular rhythms that don't conform to garage's traditional 4-on-the-floor pulse. So over here, I have an example of some two-step music. What you should listen for is how the drums create this erratic, jittery kind of feel, because the kick isn't always on the first pulse of the bar. So here is Little Man by Exim Works. So that's where the step part of dubstep comes from, because it's two-step. The dub section comes from Jamaica in the late 1960s, where dub artists reworked reggae tracks to make the drums the focus of the track by raising the reverb, the delay, and the bass. But this isn't necessarily what dub did to dubstep. It's just the idea of how the dub artists reworked reggae that inspired DJs in the 90s to rework two-step tracks, and thus creating dubstep. The dubstep pioneer Code 9 said that the name made sense. There were aspects of dub that influenced dubstep. The most important was playing the instrumental versions of vocal garage tracks, which was a little like what dub was to reggae. The second was dub as a methodology, manipulating sound to create impossible sonic spaces using reverb, echo, and such. Now, we move on a few years later to the 2000s, where two English DJs, Scream and Benga, then pioneered a new form of dubstep, which then took the elements from reggae, house, funk, and hip-hop. So the original dubstep from Scream and Benga had syncopated rhythms between 138 and 142 BPM, a kick and a clap or a snare on 3, and then finally the main ingredient, which was the wobble bass. Now, this was achieved by modulating the bass with a low-frequency oscillator, or an LFO. And here is an example of something that Benga did. You should listen carefully to the bass in this and how it starts to wobble after a little bit of silence. So later, artists then changed the perspective of this genre. Artists like Skrillex and Bass Nectar, who we know as the founding fathers of, well, the dubstep we know today. These people changed the perspective of the genre by adding more emphasis on the build-up and the drop of the track. And that is the structure of dubstep today. So this version of dubstep earned the term brostep, because you would hear about these songs from your peers or your bros. So now I'd like to take you deeper into modern dubstep. I like to see them as two different camps. You have brostep and you have rhythm. Now the biggest difference between these two subgenres would be the way that the drums are structured and also the way that the basses are approached. So the first example of some drums would be the brostep drums, which have kick on the first beat and then a snare on the second beat. While rhythm drums have kick and clap, but the kick is on every single beat, and then the snare or the clap is on every second beat. Here's an example of some brostep drums. And here is some rhythm drums. Another thing is the bass in both rhythm and brostep. Both of them are approached the same way in terms of sound design, but in terms of how they are arranged is a little bit different. The rhythm way would be to take one single bass and then modulate that and play around with the rhythm to create rhythm, hence rhythm. While brostep has hawking. So you would take a melody line and you would split that up into a bunch of different instruments. And that usually these instruments would be growls, bass one shots, machine gun shots. These are all just different ways of describing the different types of basses. So you would take the melody line, you would split them up in between to create this kind of groove with the basses. So here, I will play you some tonal rhythm, which, apart from atmospheric rhythm, is just, it focuses on the chords, it focuses on the melodies, it has a song idea to it, other than atmospheric rhythm. So this is Heartbreak, featuring Kara, the Leotrix remix.
You told me you would stay, instead I'm paralyzed and now I'm drowning in the pain.
So you could hear there that there was only one bass pretty much, and everything was built around that, which is pretty much what rhythm attempts to do. So now we move on to atmospheric rhythm, which instead of it being a song, it's more of an atmosphere, it's more of a feeling, it's more of a vibe, as we like to say. So you're not listening for a catchy tune, you're not listening for a melody, you're listening for a space. And this is Das Rhythm by Virtual Riot and Infect.
Yes, excellent. I haven't had this much fun in ages. What did you say your name was?
So that was the atmospheric side of rhythm. Now we move on to bro step, which is probably the most famous genre of dubstep known today. So as I said before, bro step uses a term called hawking, where it's basically you take the instruments and you split them across the melodic line. You split them, so you'd have like a bass one shot at the start, and then you'd have some other bass that would fill 2 bars, and then you'd have another bass that would fill another 2 beats. So this is tonal bro step. In this example, the introduction was a little bit too long, so I've decided to put the melodic bit at the end just so that you can get the idea of why it's tonal and why it's not atmospheric. And then it goes directly into the drop, and then it will fade out with the melodic bit. So this is the Lost It VIP by Virtual Riot. But something to note is that this is a VIP, which stands for Variation in Production, which is a very common practice in dubstep, which is basically Virtual Riot went back to the original project file and changed up some things, and then he re-released it as a new project. So here it is.
Mercy. Gun.
So now we move on to atmospheric bro step, which is pretty much the same idea as the difference between tonal and atmospheric rhythm. It's basically just you're looking for a space, you're looking for an idea, you're looking for a feeling rather than a song. And this as well is a VIP, so Barely Alive went back to the Wampum track and they changed up some things and then they re-released it and it became the Wampum VIP. So here it is.
When me and murder show
So if you listen carefully, you could hear from the previous two tracks that there were a lot of different bass sounds involved and not just one constant idea of this one bass that just keeps running. So now we move on to probably my favorite subgenre of dubstep, which is melodic rhythm, which is basically, it's basically rhythm, but the way you've approached the basses are a little bit different. So instead of just going sound design, beefing it up, and then releasing the track, this time you would sound design, and then you would also sound design a set of chords, and then you would vocode those by either using a vocoder or by using convolution reverb, and sending those to the chords so that the chords take on the texture of the bass. And this also being melodic rhythm, there's a lot of aspects focusing on melody, on the chord progression, on arpeggios, on just textures that make it more melodic. So this is Voidwalkers by AU5 and Chime. So melodic genres of dubstep are often either light or they're really, really heavy. I'm not sure if there's anything in between. So moving on, we have light melodic dubstep. I like to classify this as lighter melodic dubstep. I'm not sure if this is an actual subgenre, because melodic dubstep is, but I felt like this didn't fit the really heavy bro-steppy melodic dubstep idea, but it still is melodic dubstep. This can also be called color bass, this next track, because of how the basses were approached. The color bass is what I said earlier about how you vocode the bass to the chords so that the chords take on the bass's texture. So this is just melodic dubstep, which is it's just a lighter version of the bro-steppy melodic dubstep that will follow up next. So this is Dream Logic by Virtual Riot. So now we move on to melodic dubstep, which is the heavier, bigger brother of light melodic dubstep. It's basically just bro step, but the emphasis is off of the bass shots and the hawking, and more on the chord progressions, the melodies, the melodic aspect of dubstep. So this is Throwback by Virtual Riot. So now I'm pretty sure you're wondering, well, how did dubstep evolve into such an aggressive genre? Because what Scream and Benga did was a lot calmer, a lot less in your face. Well, when dubstep became brostep, we had pioneers like Bass Nectar and Skrillex. And Skrillex, particularly, was an artist who came from a metal band. And he brought over those influences from metal into dubstep and then those processing techniques as well. And that's how we got these really big, aggressive, heavy basses. And there was even a subgenre of dubstep and metal called metal step. But the genre that I will be featuring now is a lot bigger than metal step, even though it incorporates metal step. So death step is the bigger brother of metal step, which is very atonal, very heavy. It focuses a lot on pulsing, head banging sounds, and it's filled with a lot of white noise. So the artist Sullivan King is also a metal step producer. He plays guitar himself. So that's why this song is also metal step, but since death step is a bigger genre and a bigger name in the dubstep subgenre list, this will be classified as death step rather than metal step. So this is Tinnitus by Sullivan King and Benda. I'm going to be honest, dubstep subgenres can get very messy. You could hear a lot of rhythm aspects in that track because it was one bass that was running through, the rhythm was being messed with a little bit, and there was a kick and clap kind of drum beat. So technically you could say this is death step, metal step, atmospheric rhythm. But for the sake of simplicity, we're just calling this death step. Next up, we have a little bonus subgenre called vomit step. Now, it's pretty much done by one person as far as I know. I don't know of any other vomit step artists, but the reason why it's called vomit step is because the way the basses are made are very wet and squelchy and to some extent disgusting if you really don't like it. But yes, it's a very niche subgenre, and it's a fun little detour of where dubstep could go. So this is Crankbass by Snails.
1, 2, 3, go! Let's go, let's go!
So now we'll get to some music I've made. You will recall that I said that melodic rhythm is one of my favorite subgenres of dubstep, and I have decided to make a melodic rhythm track and break it down for you today. So while I am just... There we go. So this is my track, Color Me. It's a color-based track, and it is melodic rhythm as well. So you will hear the kick clap, you will hear the singular bass line idea, and I will play it through for you, and then I'll break it down. Just do beware that my PC might sometimes crackle a little bit because there are a lot of voices in this. So I am hoping it will run perfectly. Here we go. So that is my track, Color Me. Now for the breakdown. I usually start at the drop because that's usually the easiest place to work from and usually the hardest to do. So I usually start with a sound design for the basses, and in this case, I sound designed this bass. So what this is I took a wavetable called Monster 3. It's one of the Serum bass tables, and I just automated the wavetable and the level of it to give it this kind of feeling of moving textures and also the pulsating effect that it gives. I then added a high notch filter to it to bring out some of the high resonance, otherwise it would be a very flat bass. It also gives it a little bit of vowel movement. Then we go behind the deck and we see this hyper dimension, which is just basically adding more voices and giving it more space. So it's a little bit wider. We have this distortion here, which just absolutely blows out the sound and gives it this aggressive sound. This is what Skrillex brought over from his metal influence into dubstep. And the compressor is to just sausage the sound so that it doesn't become too loud. And then this flanger is just for more it's for more vowel movement. So that's the sound that I use here, which I then layered and vocoded to chords to create this. So how I got the moving notes and the modulation, it's all the same chord, but I have messed with the pitch modulation of the vocoder itself. So instead of actually changing the notes, I just changed the texture of the notes to higher pitched or lower pitched notes. So in the track, I also layer them with the original bass to just bring out the bass texture more, because you can hear the bass texture in these chords are very thin. So I layered them with the color bass. I also did another vocoding trick here with the ARP, where I basically took the pitch bend again, and I automated it every beat to go up and then immediately back down, and then up and then immediately back down to give this ARP-like effect. The drums stay pretty much the same as any rhythm track. It's clap, kick, clap, and then a lot of hi-hat. Something that is really important in dubstep music is this little side chain over here. So you are ducking out the sound of the basses or really any other sound other than the drums to make space for the drums so that they hit a little bit harder. And by this, you are cleaning up your mix and making it really effective. Over here, you can see this Fruity Convolver mix level automation, which is basically a reverb that I've put on the master to open up just before the kick and the clap hits, to open up space and then completely take it away once they hit, so that the kick and the snare hit harder, giving it this really heavy 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and effect. So now we move on to the second drop. Over here, we have a different idea. So I sound designed another bass, and then I vocoded it to another set of chords that I made. But this time I didn't put the original bass in the I didn't layer it because this one was a little different, and the sub made up for the bass. So here is the original loop. So with this, the little trill kind of fast, rapid moving effects were just the LFOs, which was taken from original dubstep. You modulate the LFOs to get the faster effects. And it's still the same bass that runs all the way through, so we're keeping with the rhythm idea of one bass manipulated to sound interesting. Then we have this ARP here, because color bass and melodic rhythm rely a lot on ARPs to give it the tonality, because the chords just aren't enough. Because the chords don't have enough tonality and they don't have enough. The bass texture is what you're looking for in the chords, not the chords themselves. So you're relying on external things to make the arpeggios and the key present. So we have this ARP. And we have these flutters as well in between. So then all together they sound like this. Now in the second half of this drop, I have added a little melodic element like this. Just to give it a little bit of variation, so now it sounds like this. Now we move back to this area. Let me just mute these again. Sorry, this is taking so long. Okay, so now we move to the introduction. Over here, I have this little sub, which introduces to us the chord progression, or the key, not the chord progression, sorry. With just a pedal point all the way through. And then we have this melodic aspect over here, which actually highlights another melodic aspect later here. So over here we have this then, which introduces the chords and the progression, which is just a 1 and then a 4. So we have this idea over here. Which then is reflected in the song over here in these. Oh, sorry, this is soloed. And then we have the melody that comes in, and once again, there are a lot of rapid, fast flutters because this is a melodic genre, and we're trying to give this a lot of melodic aspects. So the fills would be melodic, the melody would obviously be melodic. So instead of having bass growls to fill, you have melody aspects to fill. we also have this melody here, which is for the build, which is basically just a rising progression that ends on a 5. This then goes into the build-up, which is a pedal point on the tonic. Now these stabs aren't meant to sound that bad. I think they're just clogging up a lot of CPU space. So this is just the bass layered with the chords. And that is vocoded then to these chords to just introduce the idea of what bass texture is coming in the drop, so that the drop isn't completely new and it doesn't just show up. It's introduced gradually. And then over here, we have a wonderful VST called VST Speak that just says the words "color me," and it introduces the drop while also being vocoded to this color bass that I have made. And that way we have the drop coming in with elements that we kind of know but are not familiar with yet. So that way the drop isn't something completely new. The second drop isn't handled the same way, as I'd like to look back on the previous drop and then give something completely new, which is usually the technique. You'd usually have a familiar first drop and then a second drop that completely wows someone. So that's why I have this little sub thing here. Also, notice how in the second drop, I don't immediately bring in the clap. I first have a little bit of hi-hats playing and then the clap comes in later. So this is to create a little bit more tension. It's called a fake drop or a fake out, where you build up all the way to the drop, have an impact, and then take everything away again just to build in a second buildup, to bring in a second drop within the second drop. This just creates a lot more tension. It makes the drop hit even harder than would have. And that way you create a, well, as they say in the industry, a banger. Finally, I want to look at the outro. A lot of these tracks either just end or fade out. So what I like to do is I like to change the fade out in a way that it's a little bit different. So in this case, I have taken a reverb and I've just automated it that it opens up all the way to the end. That way it creates this like floating away, turns into dust, and then you see it just disappear in front of you effect. So here we have it. And that is the breakdown of my track Color Me.
Peter, fascinating stuff. Congratulations. Do you
Thank you
have
very
energy for one or two questions?
I always have it.
Excellent. First question. I may have missed it, but roughly when did you start to compose in this style and really settle down on specifically dubstep?
Well, I don't like to call myself a producer by genre. I like to produce whatever pops up in my head. But this year, I started producing dubstep. It was somewhere close to April where I started watching just some YouTube tutorials on sound design, where I explored this avenue and then got into Serum and then got into making dubstep.
I see, yes.
Yeah.
That leads to my second question. How does one... So you're of a generation immersed in media. I mean, there's always music happening. It's easily accessible. Sound music's everywhere. but you said you began to listen a couple of months ago more intensively to this musical style. But where does a layperson like myself go if I'd be interested in getting my hands dirty?
Well, there are quite a few directions to go. It depends on what style of dubstep you like, because different labels do different styles. So if you like what I just did, melodic rhythm, then Rushdown would be the label for you. But if you're a brostep fan or a rhythm fan, you might like Disciple or Disciple Roundtable. While something like Never Say Die is for the deathstep fans or the really like heavy bass genres.
Right. So effectively, labels function as funnels for different subdivisions of this musical style. Is that correct?
Typically, yes, but also no. It's easier to find those genres by label, but the producers on those labels make tracks regardless of their like specific genre. Like as I played you, Virtual Riot has has songs in so many different genres.
I see.
And he is signed to Disciple, and he's released all of those tracks on Disciple. It's at some point you might also start looking at sound design rather than genre, because if you like someone's specific sound, then you'll start looking for their music.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Software. I think you mentioned FL Studio as your preferred DAW. Is that quite common for people of your ilk?
Well, FL Studio is quite common in general. It's not just a dubstep software. Once again, I'm going to refer to Virtual Riot. He uses Ableton, but somebody like Fox Stevenson, who also makes dubstep, he uses Logic. So it's not really software-based, what you're making dubstep with.
Right. However, there are core software packages, sampling packages that not collections of sounds necessarily, but processing software that form core now, which include?
The main one that a lot of people use is Serum. It's just the easiest to design sounds with, but alternatives to Serum would be something like Massive, or Ableton's Wavetable, or Vital, which just came out, which is it's pretty much just Serum with a little bit more sauce. And you could use Phaseplant as well, but that's just the VST side. The processing side goes a lot deeper. This is all about taste. You usually have your specific racks that you would use when you're sound designing. Like I have mine, and somebody like Eliminate has his. But one common processing tool would be OTT, which is just a multiband compressor on steroids.
I've heard that name from you a number of times. I think you know what I'm speaking about. Yeah, sorry, this is firing question after question, but I'm really curious and interested. Let's put it this way: I'm very passionate about people and musical styles where there's a lot of vibrancy, and one can clearly see that you're taken with this material and that you engage with it. In terms of your peers in South Africa, is there a large, I wouldn't say user group, but a large following of dubstep?
Well, in my own personal friend group, we listen to dubstep a lot because I talk about it quite a lot. But people that I've spoken to, I rarely find that they like dubstep. It's a lot more of a European genre. Yeah.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I think we need to keep an eye on the clock. So, Peter, I'd like to thank you for preparing such fascinating material, for making yourself available. All three of us here in the studio were really nailed to our screens and listening and picking up tips. So congratulations, well done. Keep at it, and thank you so much. We really appreciate your effort.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Our first evening concert has three components. We shall begin by listening to Constellations, the work that Christopher Kulpo and Graf and Douglas Skinner discussed this afternoon in conversation. It's approximately 19 minutes in duration. Then there's a central or middle section to our concert that consists of three works by Jonathan Crossley. They won't be announced individually, so we'll announce the set, so to speak. The duration of the three works taken together is approximately 50 minutes. And then the final section in our concert consists of a live improvisation by Jonathan Crossley and Cameron Harris. So we'll briefly interrupt after Constellations to introduce the selected works by Jonathan Crossley, three selected works. And then after that we'll briefly interrupt to introduce live improvisations that was done by Jonathan Crossley and Cameron Harris. First on Constellations.
Vacillation. The voice insisted he throw the first away, the one that appeared straight out of the blue, as he sat immersed in random qualia, near sleep on a train to Waterloo. Back home, he warmed to the task and began making adjustments and changing rhythms, tinkering away and teasing out a story that more or less anyone could follow. The third time round, there was little impetus and too much uncertainty. Without a voice, none of the tricks he could muster countered. It ended up crumpled, consigned to the bin. Then after a week, the serendipity of snow in a glass globe dragged him back to the fray. The voice was loud and clear. Knuckle down, be strong, and act without fear. Of course, in the morning, all bets were off. The field of play was strewn with clues and intimate allusions, yet stubbornly stayed, angular and awkward, a fraction out of kilter. A walk on the beach, he decided, but then caught himself in the rearview mirror. Of course, he thought, distance and reflection. He sighed with relief and selected a station, playing Beethoven's Sixths, and sat listening. A few subtle shifts, some delicate tweaks, and "That's it," he exclaimed, to no one in particular. "I reckon there's nothing left over to say." Or so it seemed, until the following day.
Beginnings. Here in this house, in a summer afternoon, feet up on the couch, a large yellow dahlia peeping through the window, observing me as I observe, I think. Here in the soft afternoon sun, I hear through the closed door, quite softly, I hear a small beginning, found phrases of piano notes, quite solemn, I think, and beautiful in their slow sojourning across the keyboard. Like shadows growing longer, I think. There are stops, starts, and then a gradual rush of fluidity. A little stream is slowly finding a new pathway down a darkening summer valley, hearing me as I hear it, I think.
Ear felt. He leans close in, head bent to one side, tilted to the wave of an incoming tide. He takes in the vibrating stream. How wood will sing, leaning inward, ear to instrument. Like that, he's listening for sharp, flat, what a moment makes, like a rhyme. Big bass and ear, unraveling time.
The elephant in the room. It's as if there is a switch, he observed. Press down and into the on position to bring into being a world that's filled with all that's seen when sunlight sings. A red-winged chair and a dining table. The kitchen radio playing the news. A view of the garden through double doors, and the plum trees gaudy blossoming. Small birds that mass and seem to fritter their minutes away inside the hedge. And the ever so distant dome of sky, with its always changing cloudy scenes. When pressed up into the off position, not for you do they go on happening.
On Sundays and other days, this is a place of bells, cowbells in the pastures, church bells in the valley, bells on bicycles down mountain paths, sheep with bells in the mountains. Bells tell you the time and where to be and not to be, warning and summoning and sighting. They keep us all herded with tuneful tinkles.
Vase for Henry. In the morning hallway, light pale as dawn, news of your death. 5 fresh petals, frail on the foot-worn harlequin tiles, the last rose of our summer garden in the sky-blue vase, fallen. In the lemon-light hallway, the Chinese vase, sentient as a clock.
Bottles of scent. Because the forgotten outweighs the remembered, as an ocean a pond, the fleeting, the shadowed, the velleities that limn and almost correspond to what was once him or haunting day long, ineffable yet possible, who suddenly wake in the half-light of dawn to a rise and fall song that engenders recall of hands that you held, bottles of scent, a dress with blue flowers, a chair near the door, a cup of weak coffee, the voice that could call through window and wall, the voice that could solve the wounds and the gall.
The move. We moved here almost a year ago. We and the other creatures who are living here are all forgetful of our boundaries. This house is almost a tree, almost a beehive, almost a spiderweb, almost a house, almost a garden, almost a nest, almost ours, and almost theirs. It all gets muddled up in indecisive back and forth here and there, in and out. The barriers are somehow down. Lush creepers spill over sills, hide the house from the garden from the house. Startled bees get lost in the attic. Birds fly in through open doors or into closed ones as if not seen. Spiders are especially busy at breaking down the definitions and building fast new ones. No matter how hard I try to clear them out and stand my ground, insisting on some separation, back they come, promptly, energetically, come weaving busily surreptitious alphabets, bossy new words, elegantly articulated phrases of fine spit and silk.
At the farm dam, just the low, long sun, just the light now almost done, just the far-flung stars to come, just the soft wind on the face, just the plant shadows like dark lace, just a brief call, bird without trace, just a sky-blue upturned boat, just the black heron's throaty note, just the frog's motley brown coat, just a cold dip of the big toe, just the rippling dam water now so low, just the darkness gathering so slow. Just the very first star, just the fading sound of a distant car. Just the mountains, so blue-black and so far. Just the time going slowly past, just the noisy car moving fast, just the cool and sweet silence at last. Just the thought of your soft hand, just tracing patterns in the white bank sand, just between water's lapping edge and land. Just the breeze rustling through the long grass, just your tangible absence that will not pass, just a skinny moon like a bangle of brass. Just the words unsaid by the tongue, just the owl call left unsung, just the glass wind chime never rung, just the water's elusive diamond shimmer, just the quiet night becoming even dimmer, just a pale memory of a splashing swimmer.
Late song. Knowing now what you now know, you had had no inkling of back then, could always be a reason for regret. Were you to think it might have been much better, say, to have observed a different self, now staring back from the room you know is always there, behind the mirror's sheen. Much better, say, to have lived some other being, to have been a different then, to have been alive elsewhere, else when, to have existed in another dream. Knowing as you know as a consequence, you'd not be in this when you're in. You'd not be as you are now being. You'd not be where you can now see, able to look back in this way, just as you're doing, and able to say to yourself, just as you're doing, this is the sum of everything you've recollected and forgotten. Knowing now that most of what you've been has simply slipped away, that everything becomes as air, all the fictions and the vagaries that filled the space you were right there, that occupied the time of then, when looking at the room behind, the mirror's sheen where everything, your dreams, desires, and memories must be relinquished constantly to get a constant life to sing, to be the you you've always been.
Not holding fast. For now, a tiny weeny bit of another vista to fill the head and heart and breath and being and seeing with lovely and ephemeral, fairy-like, twinkling light, sights and dispersing things that slip through fingers like water and air and dust, and no hands can hold.
That was Constellations, collaboration between Christopher Kulpo and Graf Douglas Skinner. Jonathan Crossley's collection Selected Works 2018 to 2020 is next in the program. The titles information is blended in, so we shall run continuously through the following 3 works.
across the street. Oh, I couldn't go to nobody's house that I have a note. Or something from my master. And if I had that pass, that was what we call a pass. If I had that pass, I could go wherever he sent me. And I'd have to be back when I sent me to. keep us peace. But it just had a close all down salvation. This Hamilton makes it, but they have a close down salvation.
We've been listening to a selection of works by Jonathan Crossley and ensemble members, and we end the evening with a live improvisation by Jonathan Crossley and Cameron Harris. It's very opportune, I think, to end our first day of the festival in this manner, because Cameron will be featuring again later on, and we're attempting to bridge over into our next program segment, which starts tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock South African Standard Time. Our guest will be a student from UCT who is invested in electroacoustic music, specifically jazz performance and composition, with the aid of Ableton, other software tools that he is relying on. So we end off with a live improvisation, approximately 15 minutes in duration. And from the Bode Electrons team in Cape Town, I'd like to thank everybody who's been watching. I'd like to thank all our participants today, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
At the University of Maine, incompetent of Bern, at Shanghai University in China, and has been in the mathematics department for some over 30 years at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Dr. Wiener is a man of many gifts. And I think that it would be presumption to enumerate any of them. However, I want to make sure that he realizes that in this so-called there are many people, I'm certain, who have heard about the second and third hand, and have heard that it has something to do with electronics, Thank you.